Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Forbes India presents the Globalist Entrepreneur Mobility Summit 2023. I'm your host, Ashima Jain, and thank you so much for joining us this beautiful morning. Forbes India, in partnership with the Globalist, has organized this launch edition of DGEMS 2023, a global business mobility accelerator with a worldwide network of professionals. The Globalist has created the concept of Extrepreneurs, referring to founders changing the paradigm of domestic business to a borderless approach by extending the benefits created within their native boundaries at a global level, essentially in the form of advancing innovative technologies, introduction of new offerings, and creation of jobs across nations. The DGEMS platform recognizes 200 select companies with global business potential. The shortlisting of these companies was done after vetting on various parameters, including their growth in the domestic market, unique business proposition, fundraising, and ownership of intellectual property rights. Forbes India DGEMS 2023 is a forum that brings together global mobility experts, business leaders, government-designated organizations, and other key stakeholders under various startup visa and entrepreneur visa programs. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the morning with the welcome address. And for that, may I please invite on stage Forbes India's Neha Bothra. Neha, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello and welcome to the Globalist Entrepreneur Mobility Summit 2023. The Globalist has coined the term Extrepreneurs. Who are Extrepreneurs, you may ask? Well, they are the bold, fearless, enterprising, and risk-taking founders who want to unleash the power of disruptive ideas to transform the world. You see, we live in interesting times. Even as governments, by the end of it, want to be self-reliant, they want to secure supply chains, they want to protect the domestic industry, and yet, intriguingly, as we now realize, we have never been more connected than before. And disruption is the force that binds the world and keeps us interconnected. Innovative technologies have the power to solve critical real-world problems, be it climate change, be it food security, or life-threatening diseases. And this is where many Western economies faced with an aging population are beginning to warmly welcome foreign entrepreneurs to make a difference by offering high-tech solutions for the global market. So today we'll focus on how Extrepreneurs can change not just the domestic business landscape, but also tap into cross-border opportunities. Through the day, you'll have the chance to meet and listen to a diverse set of speakers, experts, and government officials. At the end of it, I hope you leave with new, powerful, and actionable ideas to advance your business goals. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Neha, for that warm and spirited welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote speaker is Ms. Shalu Garg, Managing Director, Late-Stage Startups and Unicorns at Microsoft, and also a board member of NASDAQ, and she's joining us virtually from San Francisco for the keynote address. Over to Shalu now.
Welcome to this awesome conference. My name is Shalu Garg and I'm projecting live from San Francisco. My sincere apologies, I was not able to be there in person. I actually got a hairline fracture on my foot. I want to first and foremost thank The Globalist and Forbes India for organizing this. I've been in touch with Divish and team for like ages and really disheartened that I was not able to be in person. I'm from Delhi. And so I was born and grew up there and really excited to be a part of this. Before we kick off this amazing conference, as you go through the sessions today, I want to just set the tone for today, which is innovation, which is entrepreneurship, which is all things, everything about you who are the founders, the CEOs, the entrepreneurs, and the CXOs. Let me first start by kind of debugging what innovation really means. It's an overly used and abused term. Oftentimes we use innovation very lightly, but in the last few years, we have seen a new definition, a new paradigm shift in how innovation is defined. And to me, my most favorite form of innovation is actually challenging the status quo. And by challenging the status quo, what I mean is really looking at the broader spectrum of how we can drive change for our society, for our community, and for our economy. And so with that, I'm going to quickly move towards our top technology trends in the next 3 to 5 years. Technology and innovation go hand in hand. And in the last 1 year or so, I'm sure you've heard about ChatGPT. So my number one trend that I'm betting on is generative AI. And generative AI, just so that you know, is just not about ChatGPT only. It's a massive paradigm shift across various industries. As of today, retail is the first industry that's going to be massively disrupted with generative AI, retail tech, followed by health tech. Now, there are numerous use cases there. And if you're an entrepreneur, and customer, you're dealing with like large scale, large volume of customers, that is the number one use case right there in terms of customer success and customer management. Content is another area in generative AI, which is just absolutely flourishing everywhere. And so my number one bet is going to be on generative AI. Number two is around 5G network. And 5G network is not just getting those 5 bars on your mobile phone, but it's actually just really democratizing how internet is accessed across the world. And when we look at 5G network, that powers immense amount of technology across the spectrum. So for example, Metaverse. Metaverse is so dominant. As you know, Meta and Microsoft are leaders in that space right now. And there's so much disruption that's happening there. So 5G is number 2. And then number 3 is security. Security is like, almost every time I talk to a founder or a CEO of a small startup or even medium startup, and I tell them, hey guys, have you thought about your strategy on security? And they say, yeah, we've got it figured out. But trust me, security is the number one thing that you have to keep in mind while building a startup. And so it's super critical. And you're going to see a massive shift in how security is being dealt with technologies like generative AI, especially. Because if you think about generative AI, the best part about generative AI is that it is very easy to use, very accessible, and literally democratizes AI to everyone. In fact, there's a joke in the analyst community that generative AI is AI on steroids. So there's lots happening there. Okay, now, if you're a founder, what do you do in this chaotic, heavily dynamic technology space, right? Which is constantly changing, which is so dynamic. I work with a lot of founders, right from bootstrap to pre-IPO and post-IPO. In fact, that's one of the things that I do at Microsoft, is working with pre-IPO and post-IPO companies. And trust me, I've seen all flavors of growth, of scaling, of funding, of go-to-market, marketing, so on and so forth. And there are 3 pieces of advice that I would give to a founder. Number 1, funding is not everything. And, oftentimes I meet founders and they say, hey, I have this great idea and I really want to take it to fruition. And I ask them, what's stopping you? And they're like, yeah, I'm going to bootstrap right now with friends and family. But at the end of the day, I want to raise my first round. Or if you meet a founder from, let's say, who's Series C state startup, they're already looking for Series D. In my 10 plus years experience, I will tell you, fundraising is not everything in building a startup. The most critical aspect in building a startup is going to be your product. Your product is going to be the oxygen of your company. The more time and effort that you spend in building and solidifying that product, the more vast your customer base is going to be. And more customers you have, the better fundraising you will do in the market. So fundraising is number one. Number two, which is my personal favorite, is diversifying product portfolio. And so, for example, I'll give you an example. If you're already an AI company, if you're building a product which is settled in AI, and now we have this craziness around generative AI, guess what? You should have the ability to quickly just diversify your product portfolio into generative AI. If you're focused on manufacturing industry, and let's say, something has the market is shifting dynamically towards specific industry, you should be able to diversify very quickly in other industries like retail, fintech, healthcare, so on and so forth. So diversification is in my view, one of the most critical aspects in a successful company. I've worked with pre-IPO companies. I'm also working with post-IPO companies, and that's the number one thing that I see which really helps them be successful. Number three is pivoting. And by pivoting, what I mean is, let's say you and I are, hopefully one day we'll meet in person, and you say, hey, can you give me feedback on my product or what my strategy should be? And I tell you, well, here are the few things that you need to do. In your mind, you should have a blueprint of how quickly you can pivot and move to the next stage. Oftentimes, when you're a founder or an entrepreneur, you will have a lot of noise coming towards you from everywhere. Your investors will tell you something, your customers will tell you something, your employees will tell you something, your friends and family are going to give you advice. So it's very important to kind of build consensus out of what you're hearing, but do what you want to do as a leader. So that's super critical. Now, I'm going to leave you on a super high note. If I was to give you one piece of advice as you're building your company, as you're going through this amazing journey of finding that product and then kind of building upon it, and who knows, the company may go IPO, the company may not go IPO, may be acquired by someone. Maybe by the time you reach Series A, you will say, you know what, this was not a good endeavor, I want to try something else. Could be anything. But if there's one piece of advice I'll leave you with, is never take no sitting down, which is, you are the visionary of the product, of the company, of the people that you're building around you. And if someone comes to you and says, well, I think you should just give it up. This doesn't make any sense. Never take no sitting down. Always lead with consensus. It's leadership by consensus, which is listen to everyone around you. That product, that company that you've built is your baby. And if someone says, hey, your baby is ugly, that doesn't really mean that it's ugly. It's just about understanding the innovative landscape that's around you, the entire emerging technology paradigm that's shifting. This year, it was about generative AI. Next year, it's going to be about generative AI and cybersecurity, right? And so it's super critical to understand that never take no sitting down. So with that, I hope you enjoy the conference. Once again, it's completely my loss. As I said, I'm from Delhi. I grew up, I studied in Delhi, and I wish I was able to be there in person. But I hope you enjoy it. And if there is anything I can do for you, please feel free to reach out to me. The team here has my email. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn, and have fun, learn, and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Shalu, for that insightful keynote address. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Devesh Sharma, founder and Chief Extrepreneur Officer, D Globalist, to please come up on stage and address this August gathering on the distinct topic, Extrepreneur, the Dawn of a New Era. Please put your hands together for Devesh.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I've spoken to most of you already during the assessment calls. I would like to start with the foundation of the Globalist. How did it come into picture? So it came from the pandemic itself, and in 2020, we were working with a lot of startups who were looking at cross-border expansions and business scaling in international markets. So that's when we realized that the startup ecosystem on the global side is changing rapidly. And on the macro side, a lot of governments, they started inviting entrepreneurs to fill the local gaps. So we wanted to do something within the cross-border mobility landscape and figured out there is no one single platform which can facilitate all the cross-border setups. That's when we decided to build an entire ecosystem for founders, for employees who are looking to have cross-border mobility requirements, setups. And during that time, Forbes was kind enough to have a partnership with us to launch the Globalist. And when we started the work on this forum, we were a bit confused on, because there are a lot of companies and the scale of companies is very different. There's a unicorn, there's a scale-up, there's a startup as well. Then how to select 200 companies together? That's when we realized that we should build a community of 200 companies, their founders, so that the unicorn founder can help a scale-up and the scale-up founder can help a startup in the international growth. In terms of the whole concept of Extrepreneurs, it's a new term which we have coined to ensure that any founder who is having a global mindset is different than a normal entrepreneur, right? Or even a shopkeeper is an entrepreneur, but how do you differentiate a founder who is looking at a global market? So we coined a term called Extrepreneur for that, a founder who is fearless, who is looking at a global market, and who has proven himself in the domestic market. That's what we call as an Extrepreneur. In terms of the difference, as I mentioned, the key difference is in the mindset itself. Very often the mindset creates barriers. So the barriers are more cerebral in nature than the real barrier. And many of you already have international businesses. You have done successful businesses in the local markets. Now you're looking to expand to different territories. So we want to ensure that this forum creates enough opportunities for you in terms of international connections and brand building as well. So Extrepreneurs are very important to the global startup ecosystem. There are a lot of immigrant founders who are in US, Canada, different parts of the world who have built successful businesses, including many unicorns in US. So majority of the unicorns in US surprisingly have a founder who is an immigrant founder coming from different country, strived hard enough, created a big business, listed on NASDAQ and different stock exchanges. Similarly, Canada has over 250,000 businesses run by foreign founders or entrepreneurs. UK is also heavily dominated by foreign founders. So wherever these founders go, they disrupt the market, they challenge the status quo, and also create new opportunities, fill the local gaps in the international markets, also helping the government simultaneously. So what are the key traits of an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is not limited by any boundary. They look beyond borders. They look beyond the normal opportunities. They see things which nobody else can see. They solve a global problem. They do not confine themselves to the normal businesses. They fill the local gaps, and that's why they're invited by various government bodies. So why somebody is looking at a cross-border setup? We were having this debate that why would a founder who is already running a business in India, which is a massive market, why would somebody look at international markets? Why not to focus on the domestic market? There are various reasons to it. ChatGPT is one of the biggest examples. When a startup like ChatGPT can come and disrupt the entire, the artificial intelligence ecosystem, compete with some of the biggest companies on the planet, then it is very clear that even a small startup can grow rapidly, very quickly, especially when it comes to technology. So, when you look at cross-border setups, you have a higher TAM, you have a higher credibility because you're present in multiple jurisdictions with massive learnings coming from customers who are very diverse and you also basically are arbitraging your risk of a regulatory. You're not putting all the eggs in one regulatory basket. Expansion is what we are promoting, and I think most of you are looking for the same. In terms of what existing stats are, there are companies which have gone beyond borders, failed miserably, and then there are companies which are very successful in their international expansions. Homejoy is one of the biggest example of failure because they did not read the market well, they did not study the market well, they did not understand the regulatory mechanism, labor laws well. I always say that the compliance is non-negotiable. Whenever you are dealing with international markets, there are heavy fines and penalties which can be levied. So it is always good to check the compliance mechanism, the regulatory part. Apart from that, it is always important to study the local competition because many companies, they confine themselves to the international competition. But in case of Homejoy, they faced massive competition from the local players which were very small, but would still able to compete with Homejoy's pricing. They did not study the pricing market well, and the operational cost increase drastically led to shutting down of their operation in these international territories, including Canada, UK, Germany. They had to shut down the operation and focus back on the US market. Another biggest example is Freshwork itself. Many of you would already know that the founders started in the Indian market. They could not find any regulatory mechanism for the recurring payment system, which led to a blessing in disguise for them. They had to launch the business in US, and thereafter, everyone knows they created a history by listing in US. The key differentiating factor between Homejoy and Freshwork is that they started studying the market, created a global office. They were very clear that they would customize the product. They were very clear that they would focus on the customers instead of making the money. So all these factors are very important. These strategies define your success. That's what we see on a daily basis between a startup which is struggling in international market and a startup which is succeeding. In terms of your global expansion, there are few points which we have jotted down, which are very important when you look beyond borders. Of course, regulatory mechanism is important. You have to study whether the kind of business you are looking to launch is legal or not. If legal, then what are the permissions required? Apart from that, you have to talk to an entrepreneur who is already doing business, maybe a manufacturing guy if you're from manufacturing. Even if the setup is different, the person would be able to, or the founder would be able to help you with the first-hand insights on the local market, which is very, very important. Most of the founders we have, they start small in the international market and then they build it further. So all these things are very, very important. Speed is also very important in taking the opportunity, but at the same time, patience is also very important while building the business. It's a good combination to have so that to ensure you do not fail while you speed your business progress. In terms of the international markets, it's a big market. There are a lot of Indian companies looking at MEA. There are a lot of companies looking at North American market. And now we are also seeing synergetical split between founders in terms of geographies. Many companies with 3-4 founders, they split the team. One of the founders, they moved to Europe. One of the founders in North America. One is taking care of the Asian market. So that's a new trend which we are seeing. The companies are now global. They are looking beyond borders. I would leave everyone with a question that what if all the inventions in the world were limited to the country of the origin? Imagine, the Wright brothers flying plane in the domestic boundaries. There would have been any international flight going on. There are a lot of speakers from international markets. They wouldn't have been here. So all these inventions are very, very important. This is the biggest question, and questions are always important for us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dinesh, for those valuable insights. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker for this morning is Naya Saggi, Group co-founder and CEO, Good Community, Good Glam Group, and she would be joining us virtually today. Over to Naya now.
Awardees today. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. I've been very under the weather, but I do want to share a little bit about what we've been up to at the Good Glam Group, and again, to reiterate, super excited about the honor of being one of the awardees today. The Good Glam Group started just about 2.5 years back, actually, with Darpan, who was the founder of My Glam, Priyanka, the founder of PopXO, and me, the founder of Baby Chakra, coming together with the vision of really building out a digital-first FMCG conglomerate of the future. The journey started, as I mentioned, with 3 companies coming together, sort of seeing the tailwinds of content to commerce play out, where we actually saw our content assets at that point in time with this PopXO and Baby Chakra really leading to a very large consideration funnel of customers for our brand asset, My Glam. We used that as the flywheel to, rapidly over the last 18 to 24 months, go and partner and acquire a bunch of amazing companies in the ecosystem. Today as we speak, we have 5 brands, 5 market and category leading brands. We have, of course, My Glam, which is India's top beauty and color cosmetics company. We have Saint Botanica, which is one of India's top hair care companies. We have Organic Harvest, which is India's only US certified organic company. We have Sirona Hygiene, which is India's largest seller of intimate hygiene products in specific menstrual cups. And of course, we have the Mom's Co, which is India's #1 mom and baby care product company. So we have now, partnered with 5 brands, and we've acquired 5 brands in our portfolio. We also have, in the whole sort of catalysm of content to commerce, acquired some market-leading media assets. So we have a whole vertical now dedicated to media, which is, of course, where Scoop Woof and Baby Chakra were initially housed, but now we've expanded that. PopXO and Baby Chakra were initially housed, but we've expanded it now to Scoop Woof, to Miss Malini, to Tweak. And we have now also built out 2 other verticals to really fuel this entire content to commerce play that we've seen play out so successfully. By including a creator vertical, the Good Creator Co, which houses more than 1.5 million creators across India. And we partner with them on amplifying our brands and our brand propositions. And the 4th vertical being the Good Communities, where we actually partner with communities of our customers at scale. And we have access to more than 20 million community members on WhatsApp, where we partner with these communities on a deep interest basis, again, allied to our brands. So be it on motherhood, be it on sexual health, be it on beauty, be it on organic care. And these communities actually come together at scale on 3 parts. One is they help us identify what trends we should be keeping in mind as we build and co-create more products to serve the women and the families that we serve today. So on that note, we serve and we get access to more than 700,000 feedback surveys from our community members on a monthly basis, which help us co-create products and preempt these needs on products very, very proactively. And that's been, I think, extremely exciting to sort of see play out. It's, again, a market-leading initiative. It doesn't happen globally. I think we're doing this at scale globally, where we're actually so closely co-creating with communities. Number 2, of course, peer-to-peer connects, right? So people trust what peers are experiencing. So every month, we're creating about 1.5 million user-generated content on reviews, on product experiences that people have as part of the communities. And these reviews are being read by peers, and they're learning on how these products are being used, or how they look, how they feel, what the experience is by peers such as them. And the 3rd, of course, is also building trust, right? And that we do through a community that also comprises of key opinion leaders, as we like to call them, KOLs, which comprises of 10,000 doctors and 15,000 makeup artists, right? So these experts also come together to really connect with community members on how to take the best care of themselves that they can. So I think at the Good Glam Group, just a step back overall, right? I mean, we're in a very, very unique place where we're truly, truly direct to consumer. 60 to 65% of our business actually comes in our own site and app, because through these media, community, and creator assets, we're able to create very large top of funnel access, conversation, and consideration, right? That then kind of funnels into the product purchase experience and the and then the follow-up, repeat, and replenishment journeys. So I think that is really unique about the Good Glam Group. We're not renting audiences. We are really owning end-to-end each of our audiences and customers that we have in place today. Something very dear to my heart, I do want to call out also, is that we are the Good Glam Group, right? So we are in the business of doing things good. And one initiative we've recently launched for the Moms Co in particular is the Mompreneur Show, where we are highlighting, it's actually India's largest nationwide and multi-stakeholder initiative, where we are celebrating and bringing forth the stories of mom micro-entrepreneurs at scale. And, we've gotten more than 15,000 entries from mom micro-entrepreneurs across India. We shortlisted to a top 80. These top 80 are being mentored and coached and, judged by an illustrious set of jury members who happen to be mom entrepreneurs and leaders themselves. And at the end of this entire initiative, the top 10 winners will actually get cash and media grants of up to 1 crore each. And I think that's an initiative that, we at the Good Glam Group are very, very proud of, because, again, it kind of goes back to saying that in, serving a specific community, in this case, the community of mothers, we're really going end to end and very deep in serving them for, at every need that they may have, and not just from a product, sales or a product like push perspective. So that's, I think, something we're very proud of. The future forward for us is super exciting. Again, when Darpan, Priyanka and I got together, the entire aspiration was, how do you create a beauty personal care conglomerate from India? We all grew up with amazing conglomerates that came to India, that served us as, teens and young women growing up in India. But could we potentially be that Indian company that really serves the needs of, hundreds of millions of women and families across the world? We've already set forth on that journey. We launched in the GCC a couple of quarters back. We're launching in Southeast Asia, and we're launching in the US over the course of the next year. And I think that's going to also set the base for, an aspiration that Indian entrepreneurs have today, which is not just, of course, to build for India and build definitively for India, but also have broader ambitions to build for the world. And I probably find myself in a very similar peer set as I think about all the winners that we're celebrating today. So to summarize, I think a very exciting future for all of us at the Good Glam Group as we think about, really connecting with all our constituencies of customers, of consumers very deeply, very intimately and at scale. And of course, looking at broadening this demographic, not just to an Indian narrative, but to a global narrative at scale. And I think that maybe also perhaps resonates and speaks to the ambitions of my fellow entrepreneurs in the audience today. So thank you very much again, Forbes, and thank you again, D Globalist. It's been an absolute honor to be an awardee and to be part of this. And, congratulations to my fellow awardees.
Thank you so much, Naya. May I now request Pulkit Seth, promoter Pearl Global, to please come up on stage to deliver his special address. A warm welcome to Pulkit Seth, please. Big round of applause for him.
So, hello everyone. Good morning. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here today, addressing you all. I'm going to take you through, what we are all about, Pearl Global Industries Limited, and share, the best practices, all that we've done as an organization to be a global company. So, you always have to go to where you start from, where you began from. So the company was actually founded by my father. His name is Dr. Deepak Seth. And, he's done this for 40 years. I've been doing this for just about 20 years. And now he's more in a position as a mentor. But, you always start from somewhere. And, he was in the plastics business with his family and his brothers. And then he realized that, the company's already been well taken care of. So what can I do next? And through, contact in the US, he got his first order of, 6,000 pieces of shirts to be exported, to the United States. And, that's where the journey began. And we're very happy to share that Mr. Rajendra K. Aneja is written about, his journey over the years. I'll just take you over this. We as a company have been growing for many years. We grew, we've had a great success story. But about 2 years ago, we decided that we really got to put together a vision, mission, and value statement. And it's really important as an organization, as you grow, as you get bigger. It's basics, but it's something that you got to do. And I just want to read this out because, we really wanted to have a very clear vision. And our vision was to be the global leader providing end-to-end supply chain solutions to the fashion industry. If you really think about that, we're in the apparel manufacturing space. And most of our competitors are, uni-country, uni-product, companies. And we wanted to really broaden our horizons and think of ourselves as, providing solutions to the fashion industry, which if you think of is huge. It goes across geographies. There are retailers, there are, department stores. There's so much that's out there in the fashion industry, and we wanted to service, that as a company. And, along the way, we also set up, of course, our mission and value statement. And I'm sure you all can read that. But that's really what we abide by. That's what we go by on a day-to-day basis. And we live and breathe that our mission, vision, and value statement. Going on to the next slide, this is our journey. So, we recognize early on that, the apparel space, which is, that there is consolidation happening in the apparel space, that there are, when you started in the 80s, there were maybe 5,000, apparel manufacturing companies. And that way there were, thousands of retailers. And over a period of time, survival of the fittest, and we saw consolidation happening. So we realized early on that to be a long-term player and to really become a titan of the industry, we have to develop a long-term strategy. We have to develop a global strategy. We are local, but we have to become global. So if you see, our journey, we started operations in 1987. That's when my father started. And in 1998, we set up our first office in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong was a big hub for, for trading, and that's where we set up first. And then I started in the business back in 2002. And from then on, we realized that every country that we go to has got its own USP, has got, certain strengths, and it's got the ability for us to scale to a level where, we can be very meaningful, very important to our customers. We are in a customer-centric business where our whole objective is to service the customer through value addition. And, if you see in this journey, we started in 2002 in Indonesia, then we started offices in USA and UK, then we started in Bangladesh, then we got listed in the BSE and ISE in India, and then actually we had a demerger, so, that's also something that, entrepreneurs go through. As the company gets bigger and the family gets bigger, sometimes you do, long-term planning, and we were lucky to do that. And from then, both companies have chalked out a journey for themselves. And then we started, so what you can see is that every few years we are innovating, we are deciding what our next opportunity is, and we are growing as an organization. So this is, us becoming global. Going on to the next slide. So this is, what are the intricacies of our business? Because any business you try to run and you try to build on a global scale will have intricacies. So we are seeing that there is a lot of, volatility today in the market. You can see that, the all Western world is going through a lot of upheaval. Interest rates are going up. The economies are under some sort of strain after, COVID, and then, rate increases that are happening. And, so you will face challenges as you grow and as you're a global company, but it's really a matter of how, you can weather those challenges and come out winning. The other thing that we are seeing, I'm talking specifically for the, apparel and retail and garment industry, that, the other thing that is really happening, which is affecting all businesses and everyone for that matter, is, the change in weather and the weather patterns and temperatures, because of which we are seeing that there is a lot of, impact on cotton, which is a big part of what is utilized in, for garments. And, also we are seeing there's a lot of geopolitical tensions around the world, and that is actually leading to, supply of cotton reducing globally. But at the same time, it is an opportunity for India. But of course, on the flip side, that what's happening, what we are seeing is that polyester and man-made fibers are becoming more and more important for the apparel world. And almost 65 to 70% of the apparel today supplied is synthetic. Besides that, we are seeing that there is a lot of consolidation that's going to happen in the retail industry, and with that consolidation, on the supply side also, we see that there's an opportunity within that, with that happening. And then, environmental impact of the fashion industry, of course, is huge. And but I would say that there are many positive strides being made by a lot of companies around the world to, improve and reduce their carbon footprint. So, our achievements, we of course are standing here by being recognized by Forbes, but, Pearl Global is also being recognized by, many journalists and many companies. And what's great about apparel industry is that there's a lot of opportunity for employment, and it's a labor-intensive industry. And for countries which are developing, it's a great industry for for the governments and for local policymakers to support. So this is how we think how we plan to move forward as an organization. Pearl Global is going to be about at $500 million of sales, US dollar of sales in the next year or so. And then our long-term vision is to be $1 billion company. And this we're going to be doing through, integration both backward and forward. And this is an opportunity that we have today is because of our global footprint. If you're a company involved in a single product category in a single country, it's never going to be possible to get to this scale. So I think growing your company across geographies, across different countries is a big win. It takes time, effort, and a lot of resilience, but if once you get the formula right, is the way to go. So, because we are in so many countries, we have the opportunity in every country to have some sort of organic growth as well as opportunities to acquire. So, geographical expansion is now, our mantra and something that we look to do on an ongoing basis. So every few years, we, gauge what the market opportunities are. We do an in-depth study of what that market holds for us, and then we, make the plunge. I would say it's a slow and painstaking process, but once you get into it and you're able to do it and, set a rhythm around it, it's the best thing that you can do for your company. And of course, along the way to grow is really, setting up new SBUs with very strong talent and very strong people management. So, our company is comprising of multiple SBUs. The SBUs can stand on their own. They can stand on their own feet, but they're supported by global infrastructure. That infrastructure could be infrastructure of banking. It could be infrastructure of human resource, management. And it's also very importantly infrastructure of design and innovation that we do on an ongoing basis. And the other big opportunity is, that we're looking at is to be carbon neutral by 2030. So this is, what is really important as you build a global organization is to have a very strong value system. Without strong values and strong ethics, no company will survive in the long term. I would say, if you're not ethical, it's like a cancer and it's definitely going to eat up the company. The other really important thing for us as an organization is to be agile, to be flexible, and to be able to adapt. So, you cannot get bogged down and have, preconceived notions in life and in business, I would say. And on an ongoing basis, we are looking at, market trends. We're looking at what's happening around us, and we are, always being very, very fast and quick in our decision making. After, of course, the required due diligence. And of course, I don't have to say this, but you have to invest in the team, you have to invest in the people. The people are the backbone of any business, and all our teams and all our companies are run by professional CEOs and CFOs who really run the business as it's their own. And as you build a global business, you have to have a lot of right talent and never compromise on the talent. It's the people who will make the company. And of course, you can say customer is God, customer is king, and customer, of course, is everything. So you could be a B2B business, B2C business, always be completely razor sharp, focus on your customer. So that's what I wanted to share today. Thank you for this honor and this opportunity, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pulkit. And may I now request our last speaker before we get into the break, Sarvarth Misra, co-founder and CEO, ContractPod AI, joining us virtually for his special address.
Hi everyone, this is Sarvarth Misra. I am the co-founder and CEO at ContractPod Technologies. ContractPod is a B2B end-to-end contract lifecycle management software business. Our beginnings were very unique. I'm a lawyer by background, not an engineer by background. So I trained as a corporate M&A lawyer. So I did contracts for a living, whether it's drafting contracts, reviewing contracts, negotiating contracts. And very early on in my journey as an entrepreneur, it became pretty evident that the system was broken. There weren't technology solutions out there which was servicing the needs of the market. And as a lawyer and somehow someone who thought himself to be a subject matter expertise, for me it was a no-brainer to build out what I believed was an end-to-end contract lifecycle management system. We used to host that in the cloud. We were in the forefront of using artificial intelligence technology around making the outcomes for our customers smarter and more effective. That was the genesis where how we started the business. Between 2014 to 2019, we were bootstrapped as a business. I am always a firm believer of bootstrapping businesses early on because you learn so much and you have so much of time to experiment, fail, pivot your own business model. And that certainly held us in good. But coming 2019, fast forwarding, we had customers, we had paying customers, we had really great retention numbers. And that's the time we started looking for external funding. Fast forwarding here, it's a very large business, one of the largest CLM businesses in the market, most certainly one of the largest based outside the US, HQ'd outside the US, even the sales motions is across the States, it's across UK, Europe, and Asia Pac, over 300 people. And more recently, we've been in the forefront of using generative AI technologies as well, a business which has had AI in its DNA. We were one of the first people to really adopt generative AI technologies over the last 12 months. And we can already see the impact is just transformational for our customers in the future state. The technology out there now is unique from a scalability perspective, from the productivity gains you can get, and from a business perspective, the operational efficiency which it brings to it. We're still early in the cycle, but we have been in forefront of adopting the latest technology. And truly, it's becoming more and more a generative AI-led business. We use multiple large language models in the way we deliver our services. Again, that comes with experience, having done this for such a long time. One of the early realizations was that one size doesn't fit all, which means one large language model can't serve all the legal use cases. So we were pretty early on in our R&D of adopting different models and building on top of them to serve our customer base. So very exciting time, and I think the future is significantly bright for enterprise software companies who are going to be in forefront of adopting the future state of generative AI. Still lots to be done, but it's a fascinating future ahead of all of us. both opportunities and challenges, and that's the fun of running and scale-up business in many ways. So yeah, very excited about it, and also very excited from Contract Board to being acknowledged by Forbes as part of this forum. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, Sarvat, and all the speakers for those enriching talks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for a very short break. We invite you for high tea to energize and then realign soon for what promises to be an exciting day of some stellar conversations. See you on the other side of the break. Interesting sessions planned for you where we will have representatives from different countries to speak about the wide range of options and opportunities available for businesses to set up and expand in their countries. And the first speaker who will be presenting is Jolene Hughes, partner D Globalist Corporate and IPR USA, and she's joining us virtually.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jolene Winther Hughes of Hughes Media Law Group, and I'm so pleased to present to you today on the types of reasons why you'd want to come into the United States and do business with us. So, I'm starting off my presentation with why founders should consider the leap to come into the United States. And I made a little bit of a joke. India is slowing economic growth, which we all know is not true. India has one of the most highest rated economic growth right now, and I believe I just read that by 2027 it could be one of the third biggest global economy, which is huge. But there is a lot of compelling reasons why companies in India might want to have a presence in the U.S. For one, there is a talent shortage in India, and in the United States, there are the tech industry has been sorry, I just bumped my camera, but the tech industry has been a pretty well established, not only in Seattle, but in Silicon Valley for years. And the U.S. market has a huge infrastructure and business ecosystem founded on building brands, building businesses, and the competitive edge that you have by setting up a market in the United States is, it gives you really a leg up on being able to globally expand in other markets. So one of the reasons why the U.S. is a great place to start up and bring your business into our ecosystem is the United States has the largest global consumer market globally. So our consumer market is huge. And while the consumer market is growing across the world, we're Americans and we are consumers. We are crazy consumers and we love new things. We have a huge population. There's an ease of doing business in the United States. We're a capitalist country, so we very much support business, and we can get into that a little bit later about how that works and the differences. We also have a very favorable environment for getting credit, resolving insolvency. So if you have problems with a business, there are ways out. We have research and development funds that are spending in the billions of dollars to prove concepts and test markets. And there's a startup mentality that is really unmatched anywhere else than it is in the United States. We're just a culture of entrepreneurs, and there's infrastructure to support that. So I wanted to start with giving you a little bit of insight into the business entities that you could consider if you come into the U.S. There's obviously lots of ways you can do business in the U.S. It does not involve setting up a business entity. And depending on your situation, it might make sense for you to set up a business entity in the United States. So the first opportunity is a corporation. And in the United States, we have two different corporations. We have what are called C corporations and S corporations. For non-citizens of the United States, really the option is a C corporation. There's no restrictions on U.S. citizen ownership as there are with S corporations, and profits are distributed as dividends are taxed, which is an important thing to understand. The other entity to think about is a limited liability company, which is an LLC. It's a relatively new form of entity, but it's a very simple simple entity because it combines the features of a corporation with the flexibility of a more easy structure like a partnership. With a LLC, there are also no restrictions for non-U.S. citizens to become a member or an owner. Members are limited liability companies and shareholders are corporations. So there's different terminology that goes along with these entities as well. So the takeaway you should have here is that many non-U.S. citizens choose to incorporate in an LLC due to its flexibility, but you can also set up a C corporation if you have desire to have shares and raise funds, which can be a better way to go. I wanted to get into some key considerations for incorporating in the U.S. Well, the first is there a necessity for incorporating in the U.S.? And that might change from company to company depending on your products and services. The other thing to keep in mind is the incorporation process. It varies from state to state. So there are certain states that have more favorable ways to incorporate, and depending on what your long-term goals are for the company, there may be different reasons why you would want to be in one state over the other. There are certain address requirements, which means you have to have an anchor in the area that you are, or the location that you want to incorporate. Another huge thing to consider is the resident and visa status. We have other presenters that will talk to you about that, but it does go hand in hand with how you set up your company. Financing is a key consideration. Taxation and financial implications are another consideration. All of these will vary from company to company depending on the founders and the makeup of the founders. So it's very important that you have a good, solid team working with you in both India and the US or wherever you're deciding to incorporate, to work together to make sure that you are doing things correctly. So while non-US citizens can easily incorporate, careful planning and understanding of all the regulations is very essential. I want to now move into another area that is important to think about as you are deciding where and how you want to set up an entity. I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of some intellectual property considerations and why the U.S. is a great place to anchor some of your intellectual property. And I'm going to start with patents. So for those of you who are inventors, a patent is a form of intellectual property that grants inventors an exclusive right to exclude others from using their invention. That's a key difference from trademark and copyright and trade secrets, which are also intellectual property concepts that are important to think about when you're setting up your business. But patents in particular protect investors. Investors love having patents on their portfolios where they invest. It encourages innovation and fuels marketplace competition. There are 3 different types of patents in the US. The first is a utility patent. That patents new processes, articles, compositions, improvements to patents. There are design patents. These are new original designs for different products and services. And then there's plant patents, which is really very specific to new and distinct plant varieties. For patent protection and trademark protection, you work with the USPTO, the United States Patent and Trademark Office, which is a federal agency. So your patent protection is on a federal level, not a state-by-state level, although with other intellectual property forms, you can obtain state protections as well, though you usually want to go federal if you're working in the US. So let's talk a little bit about the patent registration process. It is a pretty specific process, and there's different stages to go through. The first is an eligibility check. Every invention is new and useful and non-obvious to ourselves when we're inventing them, but it's really, there's inventors all over the world and inventors that do take the steps of protecting their patents. So to ensure that that your invention is new, useful, and non-obvious, which are the 3 legal terms of art for patent registration, the first step is doing an eligibility check. And that involves a lot of different things, including analyzing the invention and doing some research to see if there are any other parties that have registered something similar. The second step is to search and apply. So as you work with a legal team who will use the United States Patent and Trademark Office's database to check for similar patents. So this is part of the eligibility check. And then if you feel that it is free and clear to go, you submit an application. Now, the application is a process in and of itself. There involves writing the patent. It can involve figures and drawings to show how the patent is going to be used. So it's a bit of a process. It's not quite as simple as just filling out a form. The next step is the examination. The examination can come in many stages. It can go very quickly, and as you probably have heard, some patents can take years to get through. And that's when the USPTO reviews the application against trademark laws, against what's called prior art, which is people that may have similar inventions to you. And you go back and forth in a series of communications to modify your application to get it to the point where you have something that's protectable. When you get through that process, you will either be granted a patent or you will receive a denial of your patent. And there sometimes are ways where you can revive the patent and work through, but the things that you do at the stages 1, 2, and 3 are very crucial into hopefully getting to stage 4 with a grant of patent, which is the goal. Let's talk about the trademark registration process. And I want to explain the difference between a trademark and a patent and why this is important to you. A trademark is a sign or symbol that is capable of distinguishing the goods or services of one entity from those of the other. So you might think of that as a logo, but the most protectable is the actual word. So if you have a brand, Globalist, for instance, Globalist is a brand. So the word Globalist is protectable if you do these steps. And if you want to register the logo Globalist, that's a separate trademark registration. But the purpose of a trademark is to protect brand identity and ensure consumer trust, and it deters counterfeiters, which is a very important consideration in the United States. And we can get into important export stuff later, but that is a really important thing if you have a product that you are importing back and forth. So the steps to register a trademark are very similar to the patent. One is, the first step is to conduct a trademark search to ensure uniqueness. The difference between trademark and patent is in trademark, there can be multiple products and services using the same name. A really good example is, I am in Seattle, Washington, and we are the Evergreen state. Evergreen is a trademark that a lot of people use. But if you use the word evergreen for, say, potato chips versus a digital service, it could be used you could be able to use the same trademark for different products and services. So the uniqueness does extend to the different categories of trademarks that are available for registration, which range from media and technology to industrial products. So the next step, once you conduct a trademark search and figure out that, yes, I think I have an option of getting this trademark registered, you submit a detailed application to the PTO, the USPTO, which is a different process than the patent, but it is similar in the sense that you need to put together a list of products and services and where you're going to use this brand. And in the United States, you have to be actually using it in commerce. So if you are about ready to launch a trademark or you're about ready to launch a product, you can file in the US what's called an intent to use mark. And once you are using it, meaning it's available to the public, then you can change your application to a in-use registration. This is a key concept in US trademark law is you have to be using whatever products and services, you have to be making those available to consumers, whether they're business consumers or regular consumers. You have to be making your products and services available to be eligible for a trademark protection. So once you have submitted your application, the USPTO examines the application for distinctiveness and potential conflict. Going into the layers of trademark registration would be too much for this presentation, but understanding and working with a professional to help you analyze these things is very important. Once the PTO, once they approve it, then, and I think that I've come out of my presentation, so hopefully we can get that back up. But once we come out of the patent and trademark approval, then you can get it published in the official Gazette. If no one opposes your trademark, then you get a registration. Hopefully, I think my presentation has moved. There we go. Thank you. So again, key considerations for registration: eligibility, disclosure periods for patents. There's a grace period for public disclosure. So if you've invented something, you have about a year to register your patent. I think for both trademarks and patents, it's very important to file early. The first to file is the first to achieve protection. So if you wait to file your patent or your trademark and someone comes in over the top of you, they can usurp your ability to get protection in patent and trademark. The other thing to keep in mind is there are international treaties. So if you anchor your patent and trademark registration, you can do that in the US, you can do that in other countries. The US does provide a very good foundational step towards international protection through the use of treaties. I can't stress to you enough the value and benefit of holding United States intellectual property. For one, it gives you exclusive rights and a leg up in the market here in the US. The second is litigation and enforcement. The right to sue or protect your intellectual property from infringement depends on you having a registration. And the commercial value of having a patent and trademark increases the valuation of your company and provides licensing opportunities and, as I mentioned before, import and export opportunities. Having a valid trademark and patent can really speed up your ability to import and export your products and services. I also want to stress that it is very important to have legal representation to guide you through these complex processes. There's lots of online services that promise you easy ability to do that, but I can't tell you how many people come to me afterwards and realize that they have incorrectly filed. It just doesn't give you the type of strategy that you would need if you are really truly trying to make a go of your startup. So I just want to give a little bit of information about Hughes Media Law, which we are a strategic U.S. legal advisor. We provide in-house level service. In-house means when you are a company and you have lawyers that work for you in-house, that is the level of service that we provide. We're dedicated to supporting entrepreneurs, startups, and established companies. We work with entrepreneurs from all around the world, including many entrepreneurs in India and companies in the U.S. that have presence in India. We really understand and support vision and work collaboratively. And we love to be a partner with the C-level team just to create a level of strategy that lawyers can really provide that other C-level people cannot necessarily see all of the different forest through the trees. And so having a good legal advisor wherever you find them is very, very important. I want to thank you so much today for letting me present. Again, I'm Jolene Winther Hughes with Hughes Media Law Group, and appreciate I just really appreciate Globalist and being part of the team.
Thank you very much, Jolene. Our second speaker is Tamina Watson, partner, Globalist Business Immigration USA. Over to Tamina for the address. Big round of applause. Tamina, please. Stage is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, India. How are you all? All right, maybe another cup of coffee. Hello, India. I am so honored to be here today. My name is Tamina Watson. I'm so happy to be part of the DGlobalist team. I am an immigration attorney in Seattle, Washington. But if you hear my accent, you might be confused about where I'm really from. I was born and raised in London to Bangladeshi British parents. And so I have a Bangladeshi background. I can speak Thora Hindi, so I can get by if I really need to, but I speak very good Bangla. So if any of you want to come up and speak in Bangla, I can do that. I have been practicing law for about 20 plus years. I was a barrister in the UK, which really meant nothing in the US until George Clooney married one. So now I can actually say barrister. I am a practicing US immigration attorney in Seattle, Washington. My law firm is Watson Immigration Law. I have been working with startups for almost 20 years. When the recession of 2008 and 9 happened, and as you may know, Seattle is the headquarters of Microsoft, Amazon, Boeing, Adobe, many of these companies that you know about, there were a lot of layoffs going on. And if you don't have a visa that is valid and you're working with an employer, you have to leave the United States. And a lot of my clients at the time were from India, South Asia. And what I heard over and over and over again was that I just want my own company. I have the American dream of a startup. Help me get that. And the moment somebody says, I have a dream, it sort of puts me on steroids of how do I make that dream come true. So I kept researching what kind of visa can we get them? I can be part of the law, perhaps. And that's my journey into startup visas. I have written several books about startup visas, and I wanted to have a little prop today. This is my new book called Startup Visa, U.S. Immigration Visa Guide for Startups and Founders. I have about 10 minutes, so I will cover as much as I can, but you will find that everything I'm going to talk about will be in the book as well. And so I would love for you to pick that up and learn about the things that you need to learn about. So what's an immigration law? That's me. I have a column. I write about immigration day in, day out. I think about it. I sleep and dream about it. So I have columns. I write a lot. I have podcasts. I have a podcast called Startup Visa. You'll learn things about that in there as well. So that's the prop. So all of you here are entrepreneurs thinking about potentially entering the US market. And one of the things that I want to echo from the very first keynote is that don't take no for an answer. If there is a will, there is a way. It may not be easy, it may not be quick, but it is possible. And I want you to think about immigration in the US in stages of your startup. Are you in the pre-seed? Are you in a series funding? Are you raising funds in the series stages? Or are you thinking about exiting? And so I am going to talk about the visas in that way. Now, when you're coming to the United States from India or anywhere else in the world, and you do not have what's called ESTA, waiving your passport, to come into the US, you can possibly come on a B1 visa. It is for business tourism, business meetings, setting up an office, meeting your potential investors. You can use that. It's relatively quick to get. At least it's an entry into the United States. You do need to show that you have ties in the in your home country. You're going to go back to your home country. You're not going to try to stay in the US, and they want to see that you can fund your trip. A B1 is a great visa. One of the issues that you will find, at least in India, is that there is a backlog at the embassy. Every embassy in the a US embassy in India is backlogged. There are some strategies you can use. If you need to explore that, you can talk to me later. I put down H3 and J1 visa. Most people hear about H1B and you think that's the only visa we have. But we have other visas you can explore. The J1 and H3 visas, these are training visas. So let's say there's an accelerator that you are a part of. You could potentially have a training visa for a short amount of time. It could be 8 weeks or 18 months. It's a program that you have to prove that you're learning things, and it's scheduled for, hands-on training, textbook training, and examination. These are things that you must keep in your toolbox, depending on where you are in your startup. If you're from a country that has a relationship with the United States where you can share your travel privileges, that is referred to as ESTA, Electronic Travel Waiver. And there are, pros and cons in these. You cannot get paid in the United States with these visas, but they get you a foot in the door to do the research and development you need to do for your business. We do not have a startup visa in the United States. However, we have something called the International Entrepreneur Parole. This is very new. It came out during the time of President Obama. It was almost taken away during the previous administration, but President Biden revived it. Everything that you do at your startup is what the Entrepreneur Parole is created for. Other countries have startup visas. We do not have a specific startup visa, but this is as good as it gets. Parole, don't be scared with that word. It means permission to be in the US. And the pre-seed revenue, this is essentially for you to consider if you're essentially trying to get into the US at the early stage. At the early stage of your startup, you could potentially consider an H-1B, an L-1, and an E-2. And I'm going to really talk a little bit more about each of these options. But when you are at a series stage, depending on where you are on your startup journey at the moment, you could consider each of these visas that are mentioned here, but also an O1 visa. Now, a lot of people think that the O1 is for geniuses only. You have to be an Einstein, but really, you can get an O1 visa, particularly if you have a very promising startup. And if you are in the US already, or you have a foot in the door, you might be thinking about exiting or maybe IPO for your company. Often you might have to think about how do you permanently remain in the US, and that's when a green card becomes very important. I want to take a little bit of time to tell you about the green card and visa stages. What you will probably think about initially is, I need to have a green card. I need to have an EB-5. And the truth is that you don't need to have the green card immediately, particularly if you're born in India, because the waiting time in the US is so long. So you have to think about your journey into the United States visa system in incremental bits. So your visa journey will be in hand with your startup journey, and each of the visas that I mentioned will help you with that. I would love to tell you more about it, but my time is going to be up. But the book will tell you a little bit more, and of course I'll be around to answer your questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tamina. I request our third speaker, Brooke Finlay, partner D Globalist Business Immigration Canada, to join us virtually for the address, please. Over to you, Brooke.
Hi, welcome to the DGEMS Summit. I'm Brooke Finlay, a regulated Canadian immigration consultant based in British Columbia, Canada. I'm really excited to be here today, virtually, of course. I am disappointed to not be there in person, but I look forward to connecting with you regardless. So there are many advantages to starting businesses in Canada or moving branches or subsidiaries of businesses to Canada, and I wanted to cover a few of those today. In terms of advantages, Canada has a strong economy and a stable government. We also have thriving research and innovation hubs where there are a burgeoning number of venture capitalists, angel investors, and equity investment firms that are willing to support innovative startups in Canada. Canada also offers an opportunity to access other markets, including the American market and South American markets. And there's lots of government support. The Canadian government has different opportunities for grants and interest-free loans to support entrepreneurs and startups. One of the most popular immigration programs for startups in Canada is the Federal Startup Visa Program. This program itself is geared toward innovative startups that can scale internationally, create jobs for Canadians, and can accommodate up to 5 co-founders. To qualify for the Startup Visa Program, one must have a qualifying business. So the applicants must own at least 10% or more equity and control in the Canadian company, and combined with the co-founders must jointly own over 50% of the shares in the company. You must also have support from a designated entity. So the Government of Canada has identified and partnered with incubators, venture capitalists, and angel investors to distribute this program. And startup visa applicants must have support from one of these ventures. So connecting with Canadian organizations and getting their support is essential. The founders must also meet language requirements, which is some of the lowest requirements of all of the immigration programs in Canada, and demonstrate that you have sufficient funds to settle in Canada for you and your family, as well as to invest in the venture. And this is a newer requirement, the emphasis on the investment funds. The Government of Canada is putting more responsibility on applicants to demonstrate that they have sufficient funds to carry out the business activities that are going to lead to the venture being successful and creating significant benefit in Canada. Failure to be able to do that will compromise the application. So that's a new and very prominent focus in the Startup Visa Program in Canada as the program becomes more popular. One of the benefits of the Startup Visa Program compared to other options in Canada is that you are not required to demonstrate a certain investment amount. It just has to make sense based on the nature of your business and the operational plan and the activities that you need to carry out. You also don't require a formal net worth report, which is a difference from other immigration programs, making the Startup Visa Program more desirable for many people. Now, in addition to the Startup Visa Program, every province and territory in Canada has their own immigration program called provincial nominee programs. And within the provincial nominee programs, there are different categories for entrepreneurs based on or depending on the province or territory where you plan to settle and operate your business. Now, provincial nominee programs tend to be a bit more restrictive than the Startup Visa Program. Startup Visa Program, in contrast, is a federal or a national program, so it's welcoming to individuals and co-founding teams who are either launching or moving businesses anywhere in Canada, except the province of Quebec. Provincial nominee programs, like I said, are specific to the province or territory, so one must be planning on operating the business or launching the business and living in that particular province. The purpose of the provincial nominee programs is to attract new business and innovation to the provinces. Again, create jobs. You'll see that that's a common theme across every business immigration program in Canada is the ability to create jobs, to create opportunities for skills and knowledge transfer to Canadian citizens and permanent residents. There are also regional initiatives, the provincial nominee programs, and they are meant to support the objectives of the province. So Canada being a large country, there are different industries that are prominent across the different provinces. So each province will have a focus on particular industries or regions where they're looking for foreign entrepreneurs to launch their businesses to spur economic growth and innovation in those areas. So again, that's where you'll see that the provincial nominee programs may be more restrictive in terms of the types of businesses that are being accepted to the program, the areas where the businesses have to be run and where the founder needs to live. And then there are also more strict residency requirements in the provincial nominee programs. Many provinces require the founder to live in the province for a certain number of days per year and within a certain vicinity of the location of their business. That's in contrast to the startup visa program, where there is no residency requirement. The founder can come and go from Canada as much as they please or as they need to take care of competing demands around the world, because we are a room full of global entrepreneurs. And the provincial nominee program has a few more restrictions and boundaries around it. So if you're considering the different options, that's an important feature. Now, something I do want to highlight is the startup visa program, although it doesn't have a certain residency requirement, it is very important that if you're using this program to launch, scale, expand your business in Canada, that you are planning and able to spend as much time as you can physically in Canada running your business. Because the government of Canada, when they're assessing startup visa applicants, will be looking, they are assessing an applicant based on their genuineness. How committed and dedicated are you to launching and scaling your innovative venture in Canada? If you aren't spending any time in Canada, it doesn't really reflect very positively on this aspect. So although there aren't specific requirements, the more time you can spend in Canada if you're using the startup visa program, the better. Now, back to the provincial nominee program. To qualify, you must have a business that meets certain criteria, and that does vary from province to province because, again, these are programs that are under the jurisdiction of the provincial and territorial governments. So the qualifying business requirements will differ. You have to have a certain amount of experience and education. And again, that varies from province to province and territory. But generally speaking, you need to have around 3 years of entrepreneurial experience or experience owning and running a business, or additional experience in a senior manager or executive position. Versus the startup visa program doesn't have as strict requirements. Rather, in the startup visa program, you do need to demonstrate that you have the qualifications to fulfill the role in the startup venture. And then again, within the provincial nominee program, you see here that there is a financial requirement. In this case, it is very specific. Individuals the founders have to meet certain net worth requirements and have to invest specific amounts in the venture, typically in the range of $100,000 to $300,000. So again, you see a little bit more strict requirements with the provincial nominee program. However, the provincial nominee program will allow individuals who are looking to buy a business in Canada to do that, versus the startup visa program is for entrepreneurs launching and scaling innovative startup ventures in Canada. So you'll see that between the provincial nominee program and the startup visa program, lots of options for individuals, business owners, co-founders who are at various stages of business, from ideation, where you could apply and start a visa program, all the way to acquisition if you're purchasing a business in Canada. Now, we also have the intercompany transfer option. This is not an option it's not a permanent residency program, but depending on one's circumstances, it could be a good option. If you have a business that is operating outside of Canada and you're looking to expand that business in Canada, you can consider the intercompany transfer as a means to establish a business in Canada with a qualifying relationship to the company that you're already operating outside of Canada. And the purpose of this program is to generate economic benefit. Again, you'll see that as a common theme. It's for business people, so either owners, executives, senior managers, or individuals with specialized knowledge. It is a means to support an application for permanent residency. So although it is not a permanent residency program in and of itself, it is something that lends itself to the applicant applying for permanent residency. And it's a simplified process to get a work permit because the businesses in Canada are exempt from certain requirements to get authorization to hire workers from outside of Canada. So if you have a business that's operating outside of Canada and you want to establish a qualifying entity or an entity with a qualifying relationship in Canada and move yourself or workers from your offshore company to Canada, this is a relatively streamlined and quick way to do that. In addition, if you establish or you purchase a business in Canada and then you want to move employees from your offshore company or your company outside of Canada, you want to move employees or you want to move executives to the Canadian organization, you can do that through the intercompany transfer, even if you yourself came to Canada through Startup Visa Program or Provincial Nominee Program. So not only is it a tool for founders and business owners to potentially leverage, but it is also a tool for you to leverage and use to move individuals from outside of Canada to the Canadian organization. Again, the key here is that the Canadian organization and the offshore company have a qualifying relationship. So you'll see that the qualifying business relationship, either a subsidiary, a branch, or an affiliate. Startup businesses are permitted in this program. And in that case, only the executives are able to transfer at that stage until the Canadian business is more established. The person being transferred has to have a history, an employment history, with the company outside of Canada. So they must have worked at least 1 year full-time in the 3 years prior to the transfer before they can be moved to Canada. And again, the financial requirements, in this case, the individual or the business must demonstrate that they have sufficient funds to support the wage of the person being transferred. And if the transfer is to facilitate an executive or an owner coming to Canada to establish a new branch or related entity in Canada, then the company outside Canada has to demonstrate that they have sufficient funds, not just to cover the wage, but to also cover the cost of establishing that entity in Canada. So you will notice that across all of the business immigration programs in Canada, some key themes are demonstrating viability, and primarily that is through having a strong business plan with an operational strategy, and then demonstrating that you have laid out a budget for that and have the financial ability to carry out that plan. Job creation is really important. Every single one of these programs requires you to commit to and follow through with creating jobs for Canadian citizens and permanent residents. And then you'll notice as well that the business itself has requirements in terms of the ownership, the equity stake, as well as control. So those are some key themes across all of the programs, but slight variations in geographic location, residency, and the funds requirement, what's required, the amount required, and how strict that is. So many options for entrepreneurs in Canada, or considering Canada as a destination to expand their companies or start new companies in Canada. Now, in addition to the benefits and the opportunities for the entrepreneurs and their businesses themselves, there are lots of personal benefits as well for the entrepreneur as well as their families. You may be aware that Canada has universal health care, and as someone becomes either a worker or permanent resident, you have access to that healthcare system. We also have a very strong universal public education system. So when you come to Canada with your families, your children are eligible to study for free in most provinces, even when you're here as a work permit prior to becoming a permanent resident. And then, of course, once you're a permanent resident and citizen, your children benefit from free education at the elementary and secondary school level. And as permanent residents, you benefit from the domestic tuition fees at post-secondary educations. We also have a safe and stable economy and society. And there's also a lot of cultural diversity in Canada. So many people from many backgrounds, lots of different social services that can be accessed to help settle in Canada and integrate into Canadian society. Thank you so much for joining today. I look forward to connecting with you and enjoy the summit.
Well, thank you so much, Brooke. May I now request Kelly Nottage, partner D Globalist Business Mobility Bahamas, to please come up for his address. Over to you, Kelly, now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, entrepreneurs. Good afternoon, entrepreneurs. I am honored to be in your presence today. Thank you very much for having me. My name, as the board says, is K. Kelly Nottage. I am an attorney at law. I am a barrister, a UK-trained barrister, and I practice law in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Now, I don't know how many of you know or have heard of the Bahamas. So what I'm going to do is first introduce the Bahamas to you, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit more about myself. I consider my job really to be to help you and to help persons to realize their goals and to realize their successes. Many of you may not know where the Bahamas is, all right? The Bahamas is just off the coast of the United States, just off the coast of Florida. We're 700 islands and keys. We are a former Commonwealth country of the United Kingdom. We're only a 30-minute flight from Miami, 2.5 hours from New York, 3 hours from Toronto, Canada, and 9 hours from London. I don't know how many of you, and this is going to be interactive, how many of you have heard of Blackbeard the pirate? One or two hands have heard of Blackbeard the pirate. Blackbeard plied his trade in the Bahamas, all right? Christopher Columbus, how many of you have heard of Christopher Columbus? Those of us, right? Christopher Columbus actually landed in San Salvador in the Bahamas. Not a lot of people know that, but when he, quote unquote, discovered the New World, he landed in the Bahamas. So that will tell you that the Bahamas is along many of the major trade routes. As I mentioned, we're a former colony of the United Kingdom. We are part of the British Commonwealth, and we're a member state of the Caribbean community. We have been politically stable now for over 50 years. We're an independent nation. Much like many of the Commonwealth countries, we have a prime minister. The Queen is our head of state currently, and our laws are based on British common law. Interestingly enough, we have our own court system, but the highest court of law in the Bahamas is the British Privy Council. So if you're going to appeal a case in the Bahamas, your final court of appeal is the Privy Council in the United Kingdom. In the Bahamas, we are compliant jurisdiction. So our primary regulators in terms of financial services are the Securities Commission of the Bahamas and the Central Bank of the Bahamas. I have the great fortune of currently sitting as a director of the Central Bank of the Bahamas, which is the primary regulator of banks and trusts in the country, but is also the guardian of the fiscal policy of the Bahamas. So let me tell you a little bit more about that. Many people might not know this, but the Bahamian currency is the Bahamas dollar, the Bahamian dollar, BSD. And the Bahamian dollar is 1-to-1 with the US dollar. Why is that? Well, tourism is the primary industry in the Bahamas. So it makes sense for those who want to come and experience Bahamian weather to be able to exchange US dollars 1-to-1. But there's another benefit to it. Our second industry in the Bahamas is financial services. Believe it or not, the World Bank's in the Bahamas. We have all of the major banks in the Bahamas, and the provision of corporate services, trust and estate planning, and banks is our second industry. We are tax neutral and low tax jurisdiction. What does that mean? It means we have no income tax. We have no capital gains tax. We have no estate planning tax and no inheritance tax. We're not a no tax jurisdiction because we do have taxes. We have things that are called duty and import duty taxes. Okay, we need to have, as a government, some way to build our roads and our schools. We also have what's called value-added tax, and that's a tax that's added onto goods and services offered within the Bahamas. For those of you in this room, it's important to note, however, that value-added tax is not added to goods and services offered outside of the Bahamas. So those of you thinking that you might want to scale your businesses globally and are looking for jurisdictions within which to do so and optimize both your operations as well as your tax efficiency, the Bahamas is an interesting jurisdiction in as much as if you set up parts or important parts of your businesses, you're not going to experience capital gains tax. You're not personally going to experience inheritance tax or income tax, and your corporations won't be taxed on their income either. We do have real property tax in the Bahamas, and as I explained, we have some duties. The major US, Swiss, and European banks are in the Bahamas. To name a few, Citibank and Citi Trust, JP Morgan Trust is in the Bahamas, Santander out of Spain is in the Bahamas, Credit Suisse, UBS, HSBC, I can go on and on, Safra Bank. We have lots of private banks and trusts in the Bahamas. Those of you who are familiar with the Swiss banks, Pictet, Lombard, Odier, they all maintain a presence in the Bahamas. And that's because the Bahamas is strategically important to their global operations. And I'll let that speak for itself. In the Bahamas, we have several structures that assist entrepreneurs and companies looking to scale and develop their businesses globally. The first is the International Business Corporation. Your equity shares in another operating company, allow them to be a Bahamian registered company, experience all of the tax benefits of that, but also remain compliant within their home jurisdiction. That company, for instance, is exempt or zero rated for value-added tax in the Bahamas. We also have extensive investment funds, trusts, and foundations regimes. So those of you who are founders, and I think that's virtually everybody in the room, as you scale, at some point you're going to experience, hopefully, a liquidity event. You're going to sell shares, you're going to make some money, a return on your initial investment. Well, the first question you should ask before you actually take out that equity of the investment is, how best do I receive this money? And how best can I reinvest it or utilize it going forward? Some of you who are very forward-thinking would also be thinking, how best can I preserve this for my family in the future? Well, that's where we come into play. The Bahamas as a jurisdiction is the premier jurisdiction for private wealth planning, for trust and estate planning. I mentioned Citi Trust and JP Morgan have their primary trust operations operated out of the Bahamas. So does UBS, so does Credit Suisse, until it was bought by UBS, of course. So we are experts in trust and estate administration and private wealth planning. So you might ask, Kelly, that's great. How does that benefit me, and what brings me here to DGEMS? Well, the Bahamas has been an excellent jurisdiction for those seeking to scale their businesses. Some of you might be considering entering the United States market. You might be considering entering Latin America. Or you might just be considering scaling up your business and anticipate a liquidity event in the future. Well, what we can do for you is offer you several solutions to best manage that process, okay? In the Bahamas, we have something that's called economic permanent residency. Now, there are other jurisdictions around the world that will sell you citizenship. We don't do that in the Bahamas. It's very difficult to get a Bahamian passport. There are a number of reasons for that. We're a very small country. Our population is only about 350,000 officially. So we don't sell citizenship. But what we do have is economic permanent residency. And if you invest upwards of $750,000, typically that's in real estate, you get fast-tracked, I should say, in an application to be able to become an economic permanent resident. What does that afford you? It allows you to move freely within the country, in and out of the country from an immigration standpoint. It gives you a tax residency status. So for tax purposes in your home jurisdiction, you are a Bahamian resident, okay? Which means that depending on your country or your nationality, you are taxed as a Bahamian resident. Which means you have no income tax, you have no inheritance tax, and you have no capital gains tax. That's a very important consideration for those of you looking to scale and those of you who anticipate a liquidity event in the near to short-term area, even medium term. You want to start thinking now about putting structures into place that when that event happens, you will be best positioned to do so. Those of you also looking to move into Latin America or the Commonwealth Caribbean, or indeed even the United States, might consider the jurisdiction of the Bahamas, given our geography, just off the coast of the United States, our ease of entry and ease of getting into the Bahamas, direct flights, again, from London, direct flights from New York, from Toronto, from all of the major financial centers around the world. We also don't have, in terms of our economic permanent residency, a minimum stay requirement. So you can become a Bahamian permanent resident, but there's no minimum amount of time that you actually have to stay in the Bahamas. You show a commitment to the Bahamas by purchasing property, by making an investment in the Bahamas, but you don't actually have to stay there for a minimum amount of time. What you will have to do, though, and what you must consider, is that if you are going to place part of your corporate structure in the Bahamas, you ought to consider whether you have sufficient substance, meaning that there ought to be mind and management of some sort in the Bahamas. That is particularly so if you're setting up just a corporation to hold your equity participation in your business, or if you're holding intellectual property, or if you're involved in certain financial services such as insurance. Otherwise, you're not subject to those economic substance requirements, and we can go into great detail later on in the day. I'll be around to discuss how best to do that for you. My time is running up, but I'll say this. If you are considering scaling, which I'm sure most of you are, I think you should give good thought to how best you ought to go about doing that. Consider the best jurisdictions to do so. And we in the Bahamas have built an entire industry around helping businesses scale and helping individuals both grow and preserve their wealth. Again, my name is Kelly Nottage. My firm is called Sovereign Advisors. We're very pleased to be here. We are of service. Thank you very much for having me. And I hope to see you all around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Our last speaker for this session is from UAE Business Mobility. Over to Dharna Pillai, partner D Globalist Corporate Taxation UAE, for the address now. Please welcome on stage Dharna.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm really honored and very happy to be here today for two reasons. My life started in New Delhi, not in Chennai. And I was here as a very young practicing lawyer before the Supreme Court of India dealing with tax litigations. I started as a litigator, not today. So can I have the clip, please? Yeah. I wouldn't be able to finish the presentation because of the time constraint, but I'm from Dubai. I'm really from India, but I live in Dubai. But I can say I'm from Dubai because that's how Dubai makes you feel. I lived in Oman for 13 years. I've seen how GCC has grown. UAE is the second largest economy in the Arab world. We know why Indian diaspora has grown organically in the UAE. Because while we talk about many countries, we have like speakers here, we have the 200 selected entrepreneurs here. We are all like having this greatest gathering here this day. And we are talking about a lot of countries. So what makes UAE special? Why Indian diaspora has chosen to move to UAE organically? Is it because that it takes only 3 hours to reach Dubai, but to reach to Chennai, it takes more hours? No, it's not that reason. Because that you can live as an Indian in the UAE with no restrictions. And that's what made Indians feel so comfortable in the UAE. And not just that, UAE, Arab world is less strict. It has less restrictions. They were known for no tax jurisdiction. So all that made that region so attractive. And UAE is very futuristic. They saw what's really advantageous or what is their USP. In the Arab world, obviously, most of the countries are oil-based. UAE is also, their revenue, their budget is so much oil-based. They're moving away from that. They have so many non-oil revenues, non-oil budget. And I'll come to in a bit why I speak about this as my opening sentence. And they still looked at their economy, their people, what is so best about the Arab world, because they invest in hygiene and products that gives comfort. The countries that buy most number of cars, for example. UAE has managed to secure FDI of $88 billion when all the other countries are struggling to raise their FDI. Why? It's a very small country. They have smaller population. What do they have? They have least governance. They have the best platforms for the startups. They have the GITEX that happened last week. They have their DIFC. They have their ADGM. Anybody who comes with a dream goes with a reality. Is it just that? It's not just that, because they have a ministry of possibilities. So anybody who wants to, we have a trend going on now, that is, even I'm part of the trend. The employees don't want to stay in 9-to-5 job. When they see that they want to create value, they want to create value for other people, then they become employers. And that's just 200 select companies as well, that they saw the potential in them and they want to show it to the world. And Forbes India, Globalist, they see the potential in you and they see you as a promising entrepreneurs. And the countries like UAE or any other countries representative who's come here as well, those countries also removed a lot of barriers, which means that entry is easy. That's what leaders want, right? They are unstoppable. They want to do what they want to do, and they want countries to cooperate to that. Now, when so many of my clients, when they talk about that, they are very aggressive in the first call, like, no, we want to do this, we want to do this, we just want to make it happen. And they are very, so they are, how do I go back here? Okay, so I tell them, the first call is always very emotional. They are like, they only see Dubai. They go to have a coffee at DIFC, ADGM. Anybody can secure an investment. They just see that consumer market, talking about hygiene and comfort. They can sell the products. I met a couple of people here selling practice management, biofuel, sustainability. All of these words are so attractive for the Arab world. They're like, oh, you're into sustainability? We want to talk to you. You're into practice management? You want to give some governance? They are into it. So they are readily buying. So that's what entrepreneurs want. They want a market where people are willing to buy their products, where they are able to access capital, investment. Obviously, when you want to be considered serious, when you want that country or their consumers to consider yourself serious, you want to incorporate there. You want to have a very strong presence there. So people are talking about incorporation of companies. Does it stop with that? No, because it's no longer a non-tax country. You need to consider your tax. Is that the only reason why you have to consider tax? I started my speech by talking about the geopolitical arena. What's happening to the world? Everybody are watching each and every countries. How UAE was able to secure 88 billion because they are less strict. Their rules are less strict. Until now, there's no taxation. Until 2023, and there wouldn't be any taxation. So all the profits, you take it to your pocket. But this is not going to continue because the geopolitical fight over the taxation is real. And more, there's going to be tax. There's going to be a 9% tax. And from 2025, it's going to be 15%. Globe minimum tax will set in for all the multinationals. So I have finished this presentation in 10 minutes, so I'll go very quickly over what considerations that you should keep in mind as an entrepreneur who wants to add value to yourself, value to others, who wants to have a very stable enterprise in the UAE or in the Arab world and want to keep expanding, because compliance is not negotiable. It's just not. If you don't follow the rules, if you don't observe tax compliance, this is a very bad karma. You are going to pay that as a penalty. So when we are considering, to move into UAE, I mean, I don't have to even talk about the bilateral relations between UAE and India. This is one of the considerations that you have to keep in mind. It's strong. It's really strong. There's commitment between both countries. They both are accommodative. They see the advantage of having that relationship, so that's definitely promising. You need to consider your entity type. This is very, very important. Are you going to go as a branch? Are you going to go as an LLC or a joint stock company? How you want to raise your shares? How do you want to invite your investors into that entity that you create? That's a very, very strong consideration that you have to make up your mind today. And for that, you need to have a service provider who keeps your interest in mind, who future-proofs you, who's thinking ahead of time. That is years to come, in 2 years, 3 years. People are talking about global minimum tax. It will come, because in 2012, when I went to Dubai to attend some event, nobody thought corporate tax will come. It's come today. We already have value-added tax. For 5 years, people are really struggling to get into that compliance, that hygiene. And so all of this will become a reality. Then what about the tax treaties? So you really have to consider whether any country that you move in, where they have tax treaties, they are very helpful. If you do the paperwork, they are really helpful. UAE has got a very good number of tax agreements with countries, but even with some bigger countries, they don't have. So when you are doing your organized structure, when you are doing your entity structure, you need to see how many countries you will connect through UAE or you will connect to India. This is absolutely important. You need to think today. And you can, and the funding the UAE venture, as I was telling you, how you are going to select your entity, whether you need funding or whether you need clients alone. So if you just want clients, you just are looking for a customer market, go for the most simplest form of entity, which has the least amount of logistics and administration. If any service provider is going to think about their fee and then go to advise you, go for this joint stock company, you don't need one. Just don't need one. If you want to raise your capital, then go for that. So you really have to keep this in mind before you set up a company in UAE, because the more and more we are getting into this geopolitical fight, they are going to get more complex. And navigating transfer pricing. Once upon a time, when people are talking about transfer pricing, they take 10 steps away from them. They think that these people are very shallow. No, transfer pricing is real. You're seeing that there is no holistic arrangement in the world when it comes to transfer pricing. OECD cannot do anything to bring all of these things together. So you need to be really thinking very seriously how your associated enterprise are going to function. For example, anything that you are going to expand from India, you're probably going to keep your production base in India, and then you're going to sell it to another country. Now, this is really caught by transfer pricing, right? When you talk about transfer pricing, it affects customs, it affects VAT, it affects corporate tax law. Now, we need to factor in all of these things before considering to moving into in the sense that whether you want to achieve a customer base in another country or whether you want to incorporate in another country and move your production there. It applies to healthcare, agricultural tech, fintech, any tangible products, even real estates. It's not just connected to the immobile property. We also do a lot of funds, trust, and foundations. And in all of these things as well, such a concept is dealt with because substance, where do you really create substance? When this geopolitical fight will get more and more obvious, and countries like UAE and other countries which was not taxing will enter the tax market. Now everybody are in the fight and they are going to be talking about substance. So I really ask you all to keep this in mind when you are moving into any country, and UAE is already very attractive. I don't have to sell this country here on this stage. Please keep in mind and do all the tax consideration that you have to do. There's also other company considerations that you have to do. Create your substance. I really, really recommend that you create substance, not just get carried away only by, okay, this country has a customer base, this country is giving me access to capital. It's very much important because when you are taking that baby step and then they are just giving you that one strong affirmation, reassurance that you can do it, but you need to do it for a longer time. So make all this tax consideration today and choose your service providers appropriately. And I'm very welcome to talk to all of you outside during lunch or something, and very much want to talk to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thana. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we also have discussions lined up for you. Our first panel discussion of the day is titled North American and Dubai Business Mobility, that aims to dwell upon the various business mobility challenges and solutions across North America and Dubai. To take this discussion forward and moderate the upcoming session, may I please invite on stage Fiona Wong, partner D Globalist, along with our esteemed panel. Please welcome Fiona Wong on stage. Please note that at the end of the panel, we shall also open the house for audience Q&A. Let me invite the esteemed panelists on stage one by one. Our first panelist, please welcome back on stage Tamina Watson, partner D Globalist, Business Immigration USA. And our second panelist, Kelly Notich, partner D Globalist, Business Mobility, Bahamas. The stage is all yours, Fiona.
Hello, can you hear me? Firstly, an amazing two speakers I have here. It was so engaging, so much fun. What really puzzled me was I actually had no idea where the Bahamas was until you told me, Kelly. All the interesting facts about Bahamas. So I love that I learned a little bit during that session. Good. But what I really wanted to know, I actually wanted to engage the audience as well today, because I'm sure a lot of you would probably want to expand your business into the US or the Bahamas, given the zero tax jurisdiction that I'm pretty sure a lot of you are attracted to. And if you have any questions, please put your hand up. But I'm just going to ask a few questions to Tamina and Kelly. I love the fact that there is zero tax in
low tax.
Low tax. Apologies. In the Bahamas. But what is the main reasons that people would want to move their business over to the Bahamas?
So I think it varies business by business, and what really will motivate you is what your end goal is, all right? It's not so much a question of whether you want to move your business to the Bahamas, it's whether the Bahamas can help your business scale. And that doesn't necessarily mean moving, uprooting your business from wherever you've established it and reestablishing it in the Bahamas. What it might mean, though, is that there's an element of your business that makes sense to be placed into the Bahamas. And if that element is an ultimate holding company, or if that element is a portion of your C-suite, that might make more sense in terms of your structuring. I think what's been a common theme amongst presenters so far is the importance to have substance. Substance is a global theme, and it's very important that whatever businesses you run and whatever jurisdictions that you're in, you're not just in them on paper. So in terms of the Bahamas, it's very important that there is substance there. What we found, however, is that the Bahamas is an attractive place for founders in particular. Those who have the means to be wherever they want to be in the world find the Bahamas an interesting place to set up shop. It allows them access to wherever their businesses are established readily and easily. It's just off the United States. And in this technologically advanced world where they can live anywhere in the world, they find the Bahamas an attractive place to live. So again, coming back to your question, it's not so much really whether the Bahamas is an attractive place for your business to move. It's really, does it make sense for you in this time? It might make sense now, it might make sense in another 5 years, but typically along the lines of scaling, we find that entrepreneurs find the Bahamas an interesting place.
I might ask you a similar question. From a US perspective, why would businesses want to move to the US?
You know, when you think about globalization, and of course this is De-Globalist, America is where a lot of startups really become global names. If you think about WhatsApp, a lot of us are using it right here in this room. These were European startup founders who went to the United States and, you know, they were bought out and they have grown into this global service. Whether you're thinking about Zoom, you know, a lot of us use that video program and it saved us during COVID, or even the vaccine that saved us from a pandemic. You know, innovation happens in America, and it has happened throughout the time America has been America. And a lot of people aspire to go to America because once you have reached the consumer base there, you have the reach of the world.
And Fiona, if I could just piggyback off what Tamina said, I think that's very important. The US, as we all know, is still, no matter what people say, probably the strongest economy in the world, right? And I think it's important that when founders are thinking about scaling their businesses, it's not really a question of this jurisdiction versus that jurisdiction. Certainly that's the case with the US and the Bahamas. It's not an either-or discussion. In my view, it's both and. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of when it's right to move into the United States, and likely when it's right to move parts of your business into the Bahamas. It's very dependent on the particular business and what you aim to achieve and what your end goals are. And I think that's a discussion that you need to have with the experts, the de-globalist experts, and really map it out prior to taking that first step.
Given the current economic climate, and particularly in the US, and obviously we have the recession and all the things that's happened post-pandemic, probably a question for both of you, actually. Has it affected the way business has run over in the US and the Bahamas? And do you see that, as Kelly, you were saying, is it the right time? Is this the right time to do business in the US or the Bahamas?
You want to go first? Okay. You know, I live in Seattle, Washington. Again, there are headquarters of all these companies that you know about, and these companies did go through massive layoffs. So the economy does affect everybody in the ecosystem. And what happened during that time is I was speaking with founders, but also potential founders. One of the things that people don't necessarily contemplate, not people in this room, but those who are working at big tech companies, whether it's Google or, you know, name any of them, there's a mentality of, I need to be an employee. And sometimes these circumstances force you into entrepreneurship. That's what I saw in 2008 and 2009, and I'm seeing that now. Is this a good time? I think it's a great time. To be honest, you know, Eckhart Tolle's The Power of Now. I really believe in now. If there's one thing that you want to do and you have a dream, do it now. There will always be challenges in life, whether it's the economy or, you know, personal issues. the economy does make a difference. But I think if there's a will, there's a way. It is something that I live by, my clients live by, people that I'm surrounded by live by. And I think, you know, you have to make your way there. One of the things that is happening in the US is that the people are perhaps getting less investments from VCs and so forth, but it is still happening. So if you have a great product, and again, congratulations to the 200 founders and companies that are here, it's a huge accomplishment. You have a baseline from which you can take the next step.
I remember hearing earlier, never say no sitting down, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I totally endorse what Tamina has said. The power of now. I think, look, the pandemic was certainly a challenge. There'll be more challenges. I think it really depends on particular businesses, on what your goals are, and whether the timing is right for you. External events will always happen. I think one thing that the pandemic has taught us, however, is that in certain businesses, it's very important to be there physically, but that's not so in everything. And I think one thing that we've learned from the pandemic is that you can be in one part of the world and still effectively run your business, manage your teams, being sat in a completely other part of the world. It's time management as always. And I think that has been another boon to where we are in terms of North America and people wanting to be on that side of the world, but fearing a little bit if their core business is in another part of the world. The pandemic has taught us that that is actually not the barrier that we thought it would be.
I want to add something, just it occurs to me to mention to this group. Most people are familiar with the visa category called H-1B visa, and we are just about to go through some new regulations. They just dropped last week, and the regulations are essentially modernizing what the H-1B system has been throughout the decades. We haven't had any updates. And in these updates, while there are some things that are a little concerning, there are some good things in the new regulations as well. And one particular thing for this group is that entrepreneurs are going to be looked upon favorably through these new H-1B rules. So I won't elaborate too much, but just know that the US administration does value entrepreneurship and innovation. And because we're not getting immigration reform, the administration is finding ways to make entrepreneurs that have their foot in the United States ecosystem. So keep an eye out on the H-1B rules that are specifically for entrepreneurs, and you may find that it will help you in the long run.
Is that something you have in your book?
I have to now update my book. The book came out in July, and it's been a bestseller, and I was so happy. But now I'm like, oh no. The book is also available in Spanish, just in case anybody speaks Spanish or knows friends. But now I have to update 2 editions.
I do have a few more questions, but I probably want to see if the audience has any questions about the US or the Bahamas. Probably open up to the floor. If there's anyone who wants to ask any questions. Any show of hands? Yep, we have one gentleman over there. Can we pass him the mic if that's possible, please? Otherwise, I'll walk over. Yeah?
Thank you. So my question is really about what are the advantages of setting up business in Bahamas when it comes to access to US market? Is travel easier? Can I stay longer? Are there any kind of relationship which help businesses if I set up in Bahamas?
So in terms of access to the US, no, the Bahamas doesn't give you any special privileges in terms of access to the US. The US, as Tamina will tell you, the visas are issued on the basis of your application of your, on the basis of your passport, really. Your place of residence, and you can speak more to this, may factor in. But in terms of ease of access, we're just off the coast of the US. And we find that a lot of entrepreneurs like that. So, for instance, Tamina's mentioned the B1 visa. There's a B1, B2 visa. B2 visa is a tourist visa. The U.S. has, within its laws, that if you stay more than, is it 180 days in the U.S.? More than 180 days in the U.S., you might be considered a U.S. person for tax purposes. So we have a lot of people who are not U.S. citizens, who do business in the U.S., spend considerable time in the U.S., but they don't want to spend more than 180 days for fear that the IRS will see their activity as being taxable activity. Well, the Bahamas is, for them, geographically, is an interesting place to set up shop, where they can actually be in the Bahamas, and in fact, people from the U.S. can readily come and visit them in the Bahamas. They can have their board meetings and other meetings within the Bahamas, and still stay within the 180-day requirement. So that's an interesting sort of dynamic between the two, so based solely on the fact of the geography of the Bahamas, and we have the basic infrastructure to be able to support those types of activities. In terms of ease of getting a visa, no, I don't think that it assists that much. In terms of travel, the Bahamas has what we call customs and U.S. border control within the Bahamas. So you clear that before you get to the U.S. When you get off the plane in the U.S., you go to your car and you drive off. You don't have to clear with everybody else coming from Europe and South America, etc. You clear customs and immigration in the Bahamas. So there are a lot of small, interesting things like that. But from a strictly business standpoint, you still have to go through all of the hoops and the relevant regulations to be able to do business in the U.S.
Thank you. I think we have another question over there. Maybe you can just, yeah, the lady in green. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe you can introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fiona, for hosting, and thank you, Tamina and Kelly, for sharing your insights. So by virtue of introduction, I'm Anushka. I'm here from Hong Kong with my co-founder here, Naman. We're representing a startup where we collect bread that would usually go to waste and use it to brew beer. So hopefully next year we can all accompany you all with some beer as we go through all these amazing topics. But my question was more on the perspective of technology companies. So in today's day and age, tech is something that's super scalable. Of course, a lot of these countries have advantages for manufacturing, local production, and that's what sets different countries aside from each other. But in the digital age, technology is pretty much scalable anywhere. So are there any particular advices or any benefits for tech companies coming to either the US or the Bahamas that we should be aware of and looking out for? Thank you.
I'll let Tamina go first from Seattle. So.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to see Anushka here. Big shout out to her. I met her in DC when I was moderating the Select USA immigration panel, and I was disappointed I didn't have a photo together with her, so we're going to try to make sure we have that today. So congratulations on being one of the 200 today. The tech company, it's a really good question. Sometimes when visa issues cause somebody to not be able to stay in the United States, one of the things I do say to them is that the world is a huge place. Everybody wants talent. There's a talent shortage no matter which part of the globe you go to, whether it's Australia, where you actually recently changed your laws, I believe. Canada is rolling out its red carpet every time the US does something to prevent immigration. And of course, there are other countries. So I think from a practical perspective, be successful wherever you can be successful. Don't let the world limit you. And one of the mantras that I try to instill into my clients is from Jerry Maguire, show me the money. Because show me the money means your visa application to the United States will be successful no matter what kind of visa we apply for. So be successful wherever you are and let life dictate where you need to be for the next stage. So I want to make sure that people know that you can be successful wherever you are if you can put your time and energy into using the networks you have and then finding your way into the United States, if that is where you want to be, incrementally. So that's what I have to say for that.
Here, I second that. No, that's very good advice. And I would only add to that. I think Tamina's hit the nail on the head there. And I would only add that look, absolutely, no matter what jurisdiction you're looking at, they all, as founders, entrepreneurs, people who are bringing value, they will all want you. And the vast majority will bend over backwards to make sure that you're comfortable and make sure that you're successful there, because your success will be their success, our success. In terms of technology specifically, the Bahamas has become of late a jurisdiction that has been technologically friendly for those looking to develop what's termed Web3. If those of you who might be involved in the Web3 universe, we have been one of the few jurisdictions that have introduced legislation and regulation to regulate the Web3 universe. Some of it has been successful, some of it has been spectacularly unsuccessful, but we learn from mistakes, and we're continuing to build our regulation in that sphere. And so I think each jurisdiction will have, especially when we're talking about technology, will have their unique spin on it. The United States is quite clearly the leader in that. But I think each jurisdiction will have their own spin on it. And it's important that you are successful where you are. And then let that success dictate where best, next, it makes sense to move. And I reiterate, look, it's not an either or. Often it's a both and, right? It's just a matter of timing and when it's best to move to one place or the other.
Thank you. I think you gave all the tips, so I can't give any tips later in my Australian panel. Any other questions? If not, then I think we have a minute for one last question. Oh, awesome. Just the gentleman over there in blue. Thank you. If you can introduce yourself as well, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kishore. And well, my question to Bahamas, is there any opportunity like virtually we can create our offices similar like UAEs and other countries are supporting? Because we need to understand the opportunities also in Bahamas. Unless we understand the opportunities, we cannot come on over there and start up a company over there.
I'm sorry, just repeat your question again.
Any virtual assistance for starting up office without coming to Bahamas?
No, very good question. I think you have to be careful about setting up virtual offices, because there is this, again, theme throughout, I'm sure, all of the panelists, of substance. And I think everybody up here that you will hear speak today is very serious about compliance. And there is a global push to ensure that companies that exist in jurisdictions don't exist primarily on paper. So there ought to be substantive reasons and substantive persons in your particular jurisdiction, and the Bahamas is no exception to that, which is why I say it's each founder, each business has to examine that, that move for themselves and decide whether they're ready to do so. Some it might make sense to do so as they're scaling their businesses. In others, it only makes sense once the business is quote unquote successful and you've had a liquidity event, you've listed or you're about to list on the NYSE or the London Stock Exchange, then it might make sense coming to the Bahamas. It really depends on where you are in your journey, what you intend to do and what your goals are. A virtual office, we would have to talk about exactly what you intend to do. That would only make sense in certain circumstances for compliance reasons.
Great, thank you. So that's time's up. Thank you for the amazing insights. I'm sure everybody got a lot out of it. So I think this concludes our session. Thank you.
Thank you all
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona and our eminent panelists, for that power-packed session. Moving on to our second panel titled Global Industry Trends, Opportunities and Challenges. And to moderate this session, may I please invite back on stage Neha Bothra from Forbes India. Please welcome back on stage Neha from Forbes India. Big round of applause for Neha. That can get louder. Okay, now I want to invite our esteemed panelists. Please welcome our first panelist, Rajiv Arora, Head of Global IT Hub Siemens. Rajiv Arora, can we have you on stage, please? Thank you very much. Our second panelist is Giles Castellino, Head of India and Global Offshore Coverage, London Stock Exchange Group. Our third panelist is Sweta Murarka, Managing Director and Head of Global Banking, GSC's HSBC. Please welcome Sweta. And last but not the least, please welcome the final panelist, Anurag Chedda, Managing Director and Country Manager, Christian Hansen. And the stage is all yours, Neha. Over to you.
Hi, Shweta, could you join us? Shweta, could you join us, please? All right. Thank you so much, each of you, for joining us today. As you can see, we have a very power-packed panel here from diverse industries, but there's one common thread, and that is technology and innovation that both of them very closely work with to differentiate not just the companies they work for, but to ensure that they keep up with the force of disruption that we spoke about earlier today. So we'll start the conversation, and Shweta will join us soon. So Rajiv, I'll come to you first. Okay. Now, you know, it's a buzzword. Everyone talks about digital transformation, automation. I think each of the founders here, you know, try very hard to keep up with these. How does one integrate this on a normal basis in the companies, in the organizations, to ensure that it is not something which is a culture shock? One fine day, artificial intelligence, people worry about, you know, whether they are going to be replaced. How do you address this, and what really is your understanding how should we approach digital transformation?
Thanks, Neha, for asking that questions. So once again, good afternoon to all of you. I know we are the panel sitting between you and the lunch. So we are the one who will go to last panel before the lunch. So how many of you know what is Charles Darwin said? That the person who is the strongest or the smartest is not who survives. One who survives, who is adaptable to change. Look at all of you. When OpenAI announced ChatGPT, all the big players and the small players are dancing. Look at how did we as India transform the innovation by landing on moon. Can you imagine what's the budget we spend on that? Just about 75 billion. Less than a Bollywood movie what to spend on dollars. But what were the three takeaways from there? The leadership style. We have to change. Second, a vibrant talent skills, what we have in the ecosystem of ours. And third is a frugal innovation. So coming to question what Neha asked, digital transformation, is a buzzword. It talks about technology. But technology is coming every day. We have ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, something tomorrow will come new. But how do we, large companies or small companies, adapt to this change? And I really come from my personal views, which I normally share with all the startup and the large companies. It's a 4E model, what I normally call. The first E stands for how do you engage with your customers? Could be internal or externals, to co-create, co-invent. For engaging the customer, what you normally do with your startups, what do you need? how do you enable the ecosystem? How do you enable the backbone for transformation so they can be adapted to that change? What Charles even also said, that it's a constant change to drive it out. And third, and the most important for me, empower. How do you empower your teams who are always a quick learner to adapt to new technologies and drive it out? And fourth, E stands for elevate the experience. Just to answer the question what Neha said. So Neha, large companies really revolve around this 4E model of engaging, enabling, empowering, so they can elevate the experience of a customer. Could be internal customers, could be internal industry, could be external ones, to drive the transformation. And that's where I really come from, that's how the transformation is one driving it out.
Mm-hmm. The 4E model, that's interesting. Anurag, coming to you. Innovation is something that can't be a one-time affair in the food industry, especially the biosciences. Tell me a bit about what really are the big trends that are shaping the bioscience industry. How is biotech promising to revolutionize the way we approach problems like food security, good health? Tell me a bit more about it.
Great. Thanks, Neha, for the question. The biosciences is a very, very large field, deals with the microbes and the enzymes. And good part is that both have a very strong relevance in solving some of the very critical problems that we have today. And a lot of innovation is surely happening on that side. We feel that we've still touched the tip of the iceberg and there's much more to do. To give you an example, Christian Hansen, where I work today, one of the large biosciences firms, we've got a collection of 50,000 microbial strains, but only what we've commercialized is around less than 8,000 strains. Now, a lot of work which is happening through these strains is to see in the field of probiotics. Probiotics have been known for many decades now for gut and immunity, but they are finding out new benefits of reduction of visceral fat, helping in reduction of obesity, and many more to come up with. Then biosciences is also helping in the bioprotection, so that lot of food additives can be reduced. Some of the controls can be done. Food spoilage, which happens in the yogurts and other products because of the yeast and molds. They found out the bacteria which can eat up the manganese. So the manganese is not available for yeast. So the shelf life of the product can go up, and that also helps in food security. Then in the terms of the, lot of enzymes are being used today which can reduce the chemical fertilizers and make the crops much more robust. We don't call it as completely organic farming, but reduction of the chemicals in that stuff. Similarly, if you use probiotics and these microbial solutions in the animal health, the antibiotics can go down in the animals. So there's a lot of work which is happening on the innovation in different fields of food at this point of time. Having said that, it's not just about food security and the health. They are also every day ensuring that the textures of the product, what we are getting, they are only becoming better. Much better than what we used to have. For centuries, we've been eating dahi, curds and yogurts, but till date, we have work to make it much more creamier, much more thicker, much more tastier. There are solutions being made to make the non-alcoholic beers without generating any alcohol in the brewing. And I heard about one of the brewing companies over here, and that's quite a groundbreaking technology what has been launched. Otherwise, the alcohol are made, then it's stripped, and then the non-alcoholic beers are made. So a lot of work that is happening on these sites, but they're well demarcated in the terms of the health, improving the food textures, and ensuring the food safety is taken care of.
So digital transformation using innovation is something that startups and big companies all thrive upon. And key to this is collaboration. So Shweta, I'll come to you at this point because the industry you come from really hinges on global collaboration in the area of integrating many of these concepts. How do you see the big trends shaping your industry using these three pillars?
Thank you, Neha, for the question. And lovely to hear my co-panelists and their views as well. Some of the key trends that I see in the banking industry, let me share a story of when I started my career. So I started my career 21 years back, and I was a part of a retail bank branch. I was the operation manager over there. And in a 1,500 square feet branch, we had more than the number of people that we have in this room today, because for every single thing, people had to walk up to a bank branch. If someone had to pay someone 1,000 rupee, even then they had to walk up to a bank branch. If you had to draw some money, whatever you needed to do, you need to walk up to a bank branch. And the way the banking has evolved and changed, at that time when I was 21 years back, debit card, credit card, these things were very new technologies which people were still hesitant to use. And now we have significantly moved even beyond those technologies. It is no more the banks, the customers coming to the bank. It is about the banks going to the customers by preempting with the use of advanced analytics, what is it the need of the customer. So I have seen a very, very significant change in the customer expectations and the whole dynamics of banking, which definitely calls for collaboration. For instance, these days I can walk anywhere without my wallet, because thanks to the UPI interface that we have, wherein and the kind of number of transactions and the volume of transactions that has gone through this interface is huge. As much as a lot of us might think that the interest rate is rising, and on the surface the banks are starting to benefit and are boosting their profitability because of the higher interest rate, but then below the surface a lot of things go through. For instance, if you really look at the last few years, you would notice that a large part of the capital, the deposits, etc., are not coming to banks anymore. A part of the capital and deposits and balance sheet is moving out of the banking system and structure into non-traditional and other financial institutions like NBFCs, asset management firms, payment interfaces, all of these. So, Neha, you asked about collaboration, and hence, whether it is tech, wherein we'll have to collaborate, banks will need to collaborate with a lot of fintechs for us to up our game in terms of technology and a better distribution of product and services, or while the balance sheet is moving out of banks, the deposit funding, the lending, some of the key products of banking sector, which was core and quite monopolistic for banking, might be moving out, but we should not look at it as a threat or competition. It is more about collaboration, wherein we can collaborate with these non-traditional firms to be able to generate these kind of lending businesses and distribute it further. I think that is a very, very big opportunity that I see. So one of the things that has really influenced me is one quote that I had read, which says that it is not the strongest species, or it's not the most intellectual species who survive. The species who survive is the one who is adaptable to change. So we're seeing a lot of change around us, and all of us need to think ahead and think of the changing dynamics and move forward to adapt to those changes.
To take this forward, Giles, I'll come to you. Now, we have been talking about how interconnected the world is, and that especially includes a domain that you are so closely associated with, the financial markets, the capital markets. Tell me a bit about how does this trend shape when you think about investing, when you think about trading at an international level? So what are some big trends that we should be abreast of?
Hi, Nia. That is a good question, and it's great to be here with this diverse set of panelists and this great audience. So my name is Giles Castellino, and I work for London Stock Exchange. And the name can be misleading, right? Whenever I've spoken to people and they ask me, where do I work? I say London Stock Exchange. The next question I get, are you from London? Do you work in an exchange? And I say, no, I'm come from Mumbai, which is just 2 hours away from Delhi. So I think it's true, we are an exchange. We are based in London, but we're also based in 180 plus countries. We offer data, market infrastructure to trade across fixed income, equity, FX, and commodities. And we also offer post-trade clearing services. So for me, I think the two most important aspects of business is market structure and regulation. Talking about market structure, okay, we live in extremely uncertain times. Looking back at 2022, we started off with a massive geopolitical crisis, and then we saw the Federal Reserve hike rates, which was never seen in decades. When we started off in 2023, we saw 2 major banks collapse in the US, followed by Credit Suisse. Now, obviously, the fall of the two banks were because of poor asset and liability management. Credit Suisse had issues of their own. But there was a broader theme here which opens up a lot of risk to how global markets operate. I think for a long period of time, there was this concept of free money with no accountability. And I think there are still a lot of institutions and corporates globally who have not hedged their interest rate risk when accessing this free money. The second concern is obviously inflation. We all have, whether you're an individual or whether you're a corporate in India or globally, everyone gets affected by inflation. Because when you have inflation, central banks hike interest rates, as we have seen, the Federal Reserve and all central banks doing, and this affects the way of life. It makes things expensive. It also increases the cost of borrowing, which makes IPOs and raising money difficult. And I think the first 9 months, even though central banks have increased rates, which we've not seen in decades, as I mentioned before, there is still a cause of concern. The Federal Reserve in September said that they're still not done. They are looking at rates being there for longer, and they are looking to hike interest rates again in the month of December or towards the end of the year. The other problem is that we also have another geopolitical issue which has happened in the Middle East, which has spiked up oil prices, which further adds pressure on inflation and interest rates. And finally, coming back to the US, which I think is where everything happens, and it's the Federal Reserve dictates what happens globally. The US government is on a 61% deficit compared to last year. Now, what happens when you have such a big deficit? There would be an increased sale of bonds into the market. Whenever you sell bonds into the market, it results in interest rates going high again. So interest rates are here to stay for a long time. And I think this level of uncertainty is never good for business, but it also creates a lot of opportunities. I think regulators have done a great job globally in trying to manage this systemic risk. Coming close to India, the RBI has managed to keep currencies in check. Central banks all over the world have actually, helped the economy, to these trying times whenever it was needed. From a regulation perspective, I think, we had a few panelists earlier, who spoke about generative AI and artificial intelligence, which are the two common themes that everyone talks about. I think the most important things that we have to consider when we speak about AI and generative AI is data. I think both these models need the right set of data for them to produce the actual results. And I think data has become extremely fragmented because of local countries having their own set of regulations. We call it sovereign data because each government, locally have set certain rules and regulations to control this data, how it comes in and how it comes out. And I feel for us to truly achieve, the potential of technology and innovation and generative AI, as we spoke about earlier, data has to be borderless. It has to be freely available. And, while there has to be restrictions because of cyber, attacks and cyber risk, but I think for me, that's the key. I think data, how we manage the data, how we process it, how we transfer it globally freely is going to be key for innovation and key to how we move tech forward. Thank you.
So, Giles, you pointed out that data is important. Data is the new oil, as we all commonly say. So tell me, Rajiv, in this area, I do know that you interact with companies across different sectors. How is this being approached in terms of the challenges that companies are grappling with, relating to many of the challenges and risks that Giles pointed out? How are companies dealing and responding to the risks?
So thanks, Neha, for that question, but let me take a step back and add to what my co-panel addressed on the collaboration front. I know many of you are here in the forum from our startup e-community, and we as large companies like Siemens, we have actually moved into an ecosystem mode where we actually bring startups, key hyperscalers, plus our partners and businesses to work with technology to what we can really deliver to our businesses. So there's big opportunity for collaborating with large companies to work in an ecosystem, what we normally call a fusion team. So in my since I really manage the globe operations, I have 23 CIOs working from all the way from Canada all the way to Australia. Every country has a fusion team where we have a startup who brings a niche technology. We have partners like hyperscalers, plus the things to make us successful for us. Now in this whole process, what is the challenge? Challenge is how do we really bring that all solutions come to a standard architecture. So what we've done is a composable enterprise architecture which can be plug and play into the overall ecosystem to transform the business while we drive it out. Second, what it also requires is how do we really ensure that it's a seamless experience for our customers? How does he get a seamless experience, not only from a usage point of view, but for integrating his solutions, his services to drive it out. And along with that, every startup, what they look for is data. What my friend shared, data is important, sovereignty is important, but that we really build with a third pillar, that how do we make our operations, our architecture to be more data enabled, not only data enabled, but also integrated with open AI, which can be trained over a period of time frame to give some decision-making solution to our customers. And last but not the least, which comes is a sustainability. It's a new buzzword. I know I can just share some numbers with all of you. 20% of the global CO2 is coming from the industry. And 36% come from construction and buildings. 37% come from the electricity, which is still coming from coal. And 33% come from the passenger aircraft or the airlines. That really requires us to, how do we really focus on that? So we, as a large manufacturers, focus on composable architecture with system experience, with data-driven to drive the decision-making with AI around it, but also encompassing it with the sustainable technology. So we try to address these challenges through this kind of forum, because along with that, second challenge comes is supply chain management. All manufacturers have a adaptive manufacturing, not an automated manufacturing. So they need to ensure that how does we really get a supply from, typically from China or from the low-cost countries. That is the second challenge, what we really focus through our architecture with our ecosystem, which brings that benefit to all of us. And last but not the least, let's not forget us. The third and the biggest challenge is talented, skilled people. I know since morning all have been hearing around, and the previous are hearing that we have skills in Seattle, we have skills in Bahamas, we have skills in India. How do we address that? How do we really ensure that these vibrant talent skills are learning on an ongoing basis? Large companies have their own learning programs, but what we normally advise people is, get to a startup, he or she from a startup brings up niche skills, niche architecture, which can really impact our ecosystem. And that's how we really work in a collaborative way, addressing the challenges. Yeah.
Anurag, do many of these challenges seem relatable to you too in the biosciences space? Food security is a real-world problem, and we look at the biosciences to find a solution to many of these critical real-world problems. Do you resonate with some of the challenges that Rajiv spoke about? And if you can also add the new challenges, if any, that you grapple with.
Yeah, sure. I think from the data management and supply chain management and how much does it helps in the food security, it's really immense. Because we all know that the place where the food is consumed is always in abundance than required where the place food is produced. There's always an imbalance between the two, and unless and until there's a very good data management and the supply chain management of the food security global problem cannot be resolved. Biosciences acts primarily more on the terms of the food production and the bioprotection after that, to ensure that the food reaches the consumers in the safest form and there is no deterioration that has happened in the reduction of the chemicals that can happen. But if you look at the use of the data which has happened in the agri-sciences and the food sciences over the last 2 decades, that's been immense to understand the spatial mapping of the crops, to understand how are the plants working at different places. And with all that information which is available today, the commodity trading is not dependent on the information arbitrage. That has completely changed the cycle. And if you relate it back to the food security, the food hoardings and all that stuff or inflationary prices can be very much controlled because market has become much more freer and the information is very widely available. So these are the ways that the data and the things have been used in the food industry at this point of time.
Data is one part of it. Giles, I remember you also spoke about uncertainty, you spoke about volatility and how these are some of the big risks and challenges that you need to consider on a regular basis being in the financial industry and the kind of impact and reach it has. So in today's day and age of disruptive ideas, how does one mitigate these or at least address these?
So I covered this, briefly in my earlier answer, where I spoke about the two new trends of generative AI and AI as a whole, right? And I think the key here is data and the right data. So for me, I think the entire financial market globally across the four asset classes, be it FX, fixed income, commodities, and equity, has successfully automated their entire process from historically trading on the phone, then on chat, to complete automation. I think more and more firms are moving to the next level where you see less manual traders sitting in front of the system and everything is either on AI or done on bot. Now, for me, the most important thing there is data, and I think data is key to successfully, for any bot to successfully interpret or make the right decision when to enter and when to exit the market. I think the challenge here is more and more government regulations on data. And as I said earlier, they actually now call it sovereign data, right? And I think till that is not addressed, you can't truly run a global market, okay, without giving true access in that sense to everyone. So for me, the biggest opportunity is generative AI, is complete automation of trading systems which require data. But at the same time, the biggest challenge is getting the right data into these systems, which I believe is quite fragmented right now because of different regulations and different policies that different governments have on how and when can we use this data.
Shweta, would you like to add to that? How are you using it in your, investment banking is something I know that you are interested in and a key area of responsibility as well for you. 4 countries you are primarily associated with. So tell us a bit about how you are using many of these concepts on a daily basis and how is it helping you?
So Gen AI is definitely revolutionary in the way we do business. For instance, like I mentioned previously, wherein it was a very generic banking and customer model previously, and that has evolved to very customized banking services, and Gen AI has a large role to play in that. So on the front end side now, there is a huge amount of possibility for Gen AI to consume large amount of data and make the most of that through advanced analytics to provide more customized solutions to our clients. On the mid-office side, for instance, there will be a lot of efficiency by the use of Gen AI and some of these tools. The lending processes, which would take a lot of time previously because everything was done very manually, can very well be done by use of some of these tools and technologies, where the credit papers, the loan evaluation, etc., can be done very efficiently and very quickly. And hence, we'll see that definitely technology will play a large role, and the collaboration is key over there because banks are meant to provide finance, and probably they are not very adept to some of these new technologies. And I think banks will need to operate partly like tech companies, in which they will need to partner a lot with fintech. So when previously some of these fundings moved to NBFCs and non-traditional sources, initially there was a bit of hesitation to say that maybe fintechs are competitions to banks, but not anymore. I think now banks see fintechs as collaboration partners. And I would also like to say that if we consider people working in the same field or industry as competitors, neither you nor them will get ahead of the game, because all you will do is you will be guided by what the competition is doing, and you will always be trailing the market and the competition. So it is really key that You are driven by what the customer wants, the customer needs, rather than being driven by the competition. The second thing I would really like to add upon, which Rajiv did mention, also very passionate about it, is sustainability. I think that is definitely a huge area of challenge as well as opportunity for banks and financial institutions. So historically, the relationship businesses has had with nature is that of dependence and destruction, right? Unfortunately, but I think now it is time to step up, take responsibility, and change that destruction to dependence and responsibility. It's imperative. We're already very, very late in this journey. There are appalling figures around climate change, which needs us to act very fast. So for banks, it is not only about reducing their own emissions, which anyways the banks are doing. It is also about partnering with clients, customers, financing their needs and helping them raise green financing for them to move ahead in this transition journey. So that is one of the huge, I would say, partnerships that the banks are doing with clients and customers, and will help us all move ahead in this game of sustainable financing and climate change.
I think when the sustainability comes in the conversation, the food has to participate, because sustainability starts from there, because you are utilizing all the nature stuff. But all I can tell you is that there's lots more to be done on the sustainability when it comes to food, but also very proudly it is to be seen that a lot of things have already started happening, and that's still a challenge, but there are a lot of opportunities as well. I was working with the edible oil industry 3 years back for almost 9 years and a decade. And the kind of work that has happened on the sustainability of the palm oil over the last 2 decades, it is phenomenal. But there is much more to be done. And I think there are climatic risks. The climate risks are there. And unless and until the awareness of the consumers on the sustainability are not very high, which is one of the great challenges that the companies face while paying a premium for sustainability, this whole cycle will not get completed. There are a lot of efforts being made. So there's a good amount of challenge on how to ensure that the sustainability can be managed, whether it is any kind of the staples or the marine products, but at the same point of time, how the consumer awareness and the inclination to pay a premium for this can be worked around.
Against this backdrop, Rajiv, of course, differentiation is a big opportunity. For the benefit of many of the founders present in the room, tell us how they should approach differentiation. Technology is something accessible by all. How do you use it differently for different outcomes, sharper outcomes, and not just look at it as a way for cutting costs, to actually look at it for something newer and better?
Thanks, Neha. Anyway, I covered in my previous response. Typically, we all build architecture, since you are technology people here. How would you have a composable architecture of a technology which can be integrated? That's one. And that architecture should be enabled with data, and data enabled with AI. These 3 things are the differentiation factor for all of you. And last but not the least, how would you work in an ecosystem? I can just say that to you, if there are startups in this forum, that person sitting next to you may not be a competition, could be a partner with whom you can work, you can collaborate and make things faster. Typically, this is normally seen as a competition. But what we have seen that now, even the large companies are seeing that it's an ecosystem which make a differentiation. It's the way you build your architecture that makes a differentiation. Look at your own OpenAI. All of our panelists talked about generative AI. But that OpenAI architecture is so much composable architected that it can integrate with every solutions, no matter it's a Siemens, which build large trains, which is also having an OpenAI now, or it could be a small startup who's also looking at it. So my 2 cents of suggestion is, look at the ecosystem to work in an ecosystem as a partners and build your platform which are much more composable, but enabled with data and AI around it.
Do we have questions? We can take a couple.
I just have one point. Sorry, I just have one point to add, right? We've spoken so much about AI and generative AI. I see fear in all the humans in the room. So I think need not worry because, I don't think human jobs are going anywhere. I think, AI done responsibly will add value. But I keep getting this question that, if you move to this, are there going to be job losses? So my answer to all the people who I meet, while transformation does have its downside, moving to AI does have, some form of possible collateral fallout. But I think, we still need talented people to run these models, to run businesses. So I think for anyone here who has fear in their mind, please don't get scared. I think we're good at the moment. Thank you.
You had a question, please. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Deki Chawla. I'm actually the co-founder of Reward 360. We are in the digital customer engagement space. So basically we build loyalty and rewards tech platforms, digital marketplaces, predominantly for banks and BFSIs in India, GCC, and the Middle East in the Middle Eastern markets, right? So Southeast Asian markets, actually. So my question is to Shweta. With the evolution of global payment methods, where do you see the next big shift?
So the technology has been moving so fast, it's difficult to pinpoint one big shift that we're going to see. But one of the things that I have been talking about is that banks cannot do it all. And yesterday night at dinner, I was meeting the CEO of NBFC, who was talking about how his business has increased manifold by partnering with a digital platform. So we see that consumers would like to now, they are looking at consuming products more digitally and in a hybrid form, and that is the trend that we see now. But in the future, I feel that the customers will also not be takers of the standard products that the banks are going to offer. It's not like one broad brush approach, one product fits all. With the advent of data, Gen AI, and a lot of tech available for us, the expectation and the evolution for the customers will be that, can you tailor your product to suit my needs rather than me suiting my needs to fit in the product that you have to offer. So customization would be very, very key. And I would believe that for that, again, we'll have to have a lot of partnerships, because platforms like yours will be very pertinent for us to partner with to understand the customer spending patterns, the requirements, and then have customized solutions and products for the customers. That's where I see kind of the next shift coming.
Yes, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vimal. I am the founder and CEO of AgriVijay. So we are building India's first renewable energy marketplace for farmers and rural households, where we are helping them to become energy independent along with fighting against the climate change by abating GHG CO2 emissions. So my question is to the whole panel is like, since climate change and climate resilient agriculture sustainability is actually the need of the hour, where everyone is also focused on, and since India is an agrarian economy, we have to focus on, because 18% contribution to the GHG emissions coming from the agriculture. So how corporates are looking as in terms of the investments to these startups, because owing a pie of these startups eventually will also create more impact, but also bringing profitability and diversification for the bigger multinational companies or bigger corporates. So how these things are looked at?
Who is your question addressed to?
Anybody can answer.
Okay, I'll try to make an attempt to answer your question, primarily more for the climatic changes and how the corporates are looking at. Let me go closer to my industry, which is dairy at this point of time. You all have heard about the methane that comes out from the bovines, and it creates an impact on the climate. There's a lot of research work which is going on in the different firms, from the biosciences, with pharmaceuticals, with the dairy companies themselves, in-house dairy companies, on what can be done. One is to reduce the methane production from the bovines. Another is that, can this methane be captured and used for something? On both sides this is happening. Now, the one thing is very sure, that the corporates cannot work all by themselves. They are not agile. They are not so innovative. They do not have the flexibility to do all these things. So they are working with lots of startups. They have broken down the problem in very smaller forms, and they are working with the startups to ensure that they can work and collaborate with a lot of firms, and then try to stitch in together and try to get some ideas around it or solutions around it. We have not been able to crack it, but there's still a big way to go. However, in India, all the dairy companies, I can say that all the dairy companies are focusing a lot on biogas and the usage of the biogas. Otherwise, that the cow dung that's good produced, because we've got a very fragmented farmer base in India, and the dairy is all dependent on the fragmented farmer base. So that biogas, the dung that comes out, and the biogas that can be produced, that can be a very good source of the renewable energy. And the dairy companies are actually working with their farmers from where they get the milk supplies on how this can be used. And now the biogas trading has started. So if a large farmer can make biogas in his area, then he can start selling the biogas to others as well. So these are some of the attempts that the corporates are making at this point of time, from my perspective.
I can add from a financing perspective, there is a significant increase in investor appetite for some sustainable projects. For instance, on the green bond space, a couple of years back, just 2 years back, the green bond market was just 0.5% of the overall bond market. And right now we see the green bond market is 12 to 13% of the overall bond market. And all the green financings, green projects are almost oversubscribed most of the times, and also the pricing benefit is then passed on to the lendee. So I see that there is a lot of investor appetite, and some of these green projects do have a great access to capital, and the market is very ripe for not only banks, but a lot of corporates and other non-traditional investors to come together to finance some of these projects.
Also, let me add to that, we are also working with a lot of small startups, not only to build it, but also do a digital twin of it without actually investing into it, build with AI so that we can test the model, what will really be a return to us. And we're seeing that a lot of investments are going in that direction, where some startups who have a niche, I would say the product or the idea in their mind, they come and sit in our labs to visualize it digitally and see the outcome before they actually invest into it. So a lot of corporates are really working towards that technology, that forum, to ensure that we really help the agriculture sector.
Any more questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Raju Chauthai. I represent company, I'm one of the co-founders for Network Science. Network Science is in the process of building a platform, that deep tech enabled platform that probably facilitates a lot of tech-based innovation. My question is to Rajiv, whatever you just said during your speech or presentation, that sounded like a music to our ears. A lot of stuff similar to what you just mentioned is done by Network Science. My question is corporate like Siemens already driving any such initiative wherein we can contribute or join those efforts in terms of creating some quick success stories, like building the ecosystem, like co-creating a certain innovation and things like that?
So thanks for that question first. And you saw in my response also, we are working in various countries in an ecosystem mode. And that too, I can also elaborate, in a fusion team mode, where we have partners like you with our engineers from the respective domain expertise, with people from technology of arts and the innovation labs working on that. We have a company in America, in East West Coast, which scouts for such startups and bring them on board depending from a country to country where we can do innovations. Especially like India, Bangalore we have about 4,000 engineers who are working with, I would say, triple-digit startups on different niche technologies. and how we can onboard them into our ecosystem, which he or she can bring a niche services to our customers. So it's not a music, I would say. It's something which is actually working, not only in Siemens, but I know from the industry across all large multinationals. All large multinationals. No company is working. Right now, if you look at it, just a purely my thought, does Microsoft has a competition with Google? No. Could be tomorrow with Tesla also. Could be with Siemens also. Siemens has a competition which is not Schneider. It could be tomorrow Microsoft or Amazon also. So that is why this ecosystem is built around. That how do you work with that? And that we really encourage such startups to come forward, present their skills, present their services, their solutions, and how we integrate that process.
All right, I'm told we have a question from the founders of Awesome Chocolate. You can take the question.
Yeah, hi. My name is Pranav. I'm the founder, CEO of Awesome. We are a therapeutic functional chocolate and confectionery brand. So my question is to Anurag that, commenting upon, like looking from ecology and sustainability standpoint, what are your thoughts on, say, a concept like, veganism or, things like fake meat, vegan meat and stuff like that, how sustainable or ecologically benefited, are these concepts? Yeah.
That's one question which I always fear to answer because I don't know which side to really rely upon. Veganism is very much in the Indian diet, so I don't think so that we need to be very much worried about. I don't think so that so this is very much my view. I don't think so that that has got a lot of takers in the Indian market for sure, but outside European, Western markets, it's the in thing because they are seeing the fallacies of the meat. So the meat analogs and the vegan products are becoming a big thing over there. Now, talking a little bit about, so I think that differentiation between the markets will be there for years to come altogether. I don't think so. In China also, these products will be very much preferred. So there will be differentiation. Now, the only thing that I worry about is that in the pursuit of making these products, which should taste like the natural products like meat or milk, for that matter, there should not be an excessive use of the food additives, which can really be a dampener on the total health of the consumers if it is consumed for long term. So that's one risk that we always have. So there is an opportunity with the set of consumers. India, I don't think so. But I think the caution is that what levels of food additives and what's their repercussions on this should be very well managed and regulated. Thanks
Any
for
more
asking
questions?
the question.
All right, one more question, please.
Thank you. My name is Bhavin Bansali. I am the founder and CEO of a cybersecurity product company called as Project Solutions. We deal in solutions related to domain protection from email, phishing, and cybersecurity awareness, those kind of areas. So we've been working with a lot of large corporates, including large banks in India. However, my question is that if we have to align our services and our products for companies who are outside of India, who do not have a decision-making power in India, then what is the right approach to be able to align with them?
Who would you want that question to be?
So yes, I see a lot of multinationals who have a base outside India are also looking for such solutions like phishing, email, or cybersecurity. The right way is that you have to really find where the head of IT or the CIO is based out of, or the head of cybersecurity is sitting out of that. And they are all open to look at the solutions coming from any part of the world. I can just share with you. Like we found a very good solution in Israel and they approached us in Germany. It is being evaluated. So there are such things happening across the globe. It's just that you need to find the right contact where he or she is sitting based out of. Reach out to him, and a lot of large multinationals are open to the ecosystem to get such partners with you.
I would like to add that a lot of banks have their venture debt arm, like we have, wherein we invest in startups and we look at solutions which could be beneficial to our businesses while investing in such startups. And once we put some money in these startups, what we want to do is integrate the solutions that they have into the infrastructure that we have. So while partnering with fintechs and security firms, this is one of the approaches we've taken, that our venture debt invest in these firms and then we integrate their services. So be on a lookout for such companies, organizations, if you come across their venture debt arm, to reach out to them to showcase your solution, because there could be a good chance that you could come to notice. And second, I would say, is partnership. Because while we might think that the decision-making power lies globally, I think one of the key things is that each of these things also have local nuances, and hence it's important to partner with other people globally who provide these services to such organizations, so that the local nuances bit can be taken care of by the companies that are very familiar with the local market.
On that note, we'll wrap this discussion. Thank you so much, Rajiv, Giles, Shweta, Anurag, for being a part of the panel. And a big thank you to the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neha, and esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for a short 30-minute lunch break. It will be a great pleasure to have you return to this room on time. And it's a friendly reminder to please collect your mementos from the registration counter while you're stepping out, finally when you're leaving from the event. And please enjoy your lunch and see you after half an hour. Thank you. Welcome back to Forbes India Presents the Globalist Entrepreneur Mobility Summit. I hope you have enjoyed the lunch and are all set to look towards our discussions on the fast-evolving landscape of domestic businesses. I would request for a select 200 group picture, please. Can we have everybody on stage? The selected 200. Thank you, everyone. Now that's what we call picture perfect. I request you all to settle down. Please settle down, everybody. Moving forward, we have another set of representatives from different countries who will be sharing their thoughts on ways to make your startup more productive. And for that, I would like to invite our first speakers to please come on stage and present to our audience. Please welcome Dimitri Dimitriou and Tatiani Preifeld, partners D Globalist Business Immigration UK. The stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. We would like first to thank the Globalist for organizing an event of this magnitude. Divesh, wherever you are, thank you so much for this. We are very, very proud to be here with Forbes India, so our thanks to Forbes India as well. Our STEAM panelist group, such a selection of stellar professionals. We're so honored to be here with all of you. And to our audience, our entrepreneurs, like yourselves, we are also entrepreneurs. And it will be our honor to talk about the UK immigration and how can that be of your service. My name is Tatiani Preifeld. I'm a principal and a co-founder of Cyberlegal, and this is my business partners, Demetrius.
Hi everybody, I'm Demetrius. I am Principal, Co-founder and Solicitor at Cyberlegal. It's a pleasure to be here today. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and recharged your batteries and are ready to listen to us talk to you about the very exciting topic of UK immigration.
So, immigration is personal to us. Both Demetrius and I, we are immigrants in the UK ourselves. I was born in Brazil, and I have relocated to about 10 different countries in the world, and the same with Demetrius. So our worlds collided when we worked first time together at one of the big 4 companies, and then we went on different ventures. I worked on another 3, 4 big 4, and Demetrius went on to join a UK 500 legal team as head of legal. And with that purpose, we decided to come together and create Cyberlegal, because we understand that immigration can be seen as a daunting field of law, and we wanted to make sure that immigration is simplified, that immigration is personable, and most important, is a hands-on service to our clients. So our goal is to make sure that our clients have a very, very detailed customer service throughout the immigration process in the UK, and that you are free to worry about your journey, your careers, your startups, your entrepreneurship, and we worry about your immigration process. So this is our goal. Our expertise is around both business and personal immigration. So we work with work visas, corporate licenses, entrepreneurs, and family visas. And based on our experience, we selected a few categories of visas that would be relevant to all of you, startups and entrepreneurs yourselves. So sponsorship license and the skilled worker visa. This is one of the most popular visa category in the UK. Just to give us stats, until June 2023, there were 300,000 skilled worker visas approved in the UK. This is until June 2023, just for this year. On these stats, 50% were granted in the health sector. Out of these 300,000 skilled worker visas, 200,000 were granted to Indian nationals. The UK skilled worker visa is a visa route suitable to all sorts of business and sectors. This, of course, requires organizations to be based in the UK. with some exceptions, which we'll be happy to discuss during our panel discussion soon after. Another important visa category and very relevant for the audience today to yourselves is the Innovator Founder Visa. This is a visa that was introduced in 2003, so it's a fairly new visa route. One of the attractive components of this visa route is that it doesn't require a specific level of funds for you to apply for this visa route. And however, there is an essential requirement that you acquire and you obtain an endorsement from a innovative, viable, and scalable business idea. Please keep your questions for that. It's a very interesting topic also for the panel discussion. The stats for the Innovator Founder Visa until June 2023, 404,000 visas in this category were granted. It's an increase of 82% that we have seen in the UK from the past year. So founders like yourself are decided to choose the UK. There is a reason, and we know why. So another very attractive visa category is the Global Talent Visa. Of course, this visa is based on personal credential assessments. So anyone in the emerging field of science, engineering, medicine, technology, arts and culture are eligible to apply for this visa route. In contrast with the Innovator Founder, this visa route, however, attracts more scrutiny to your personal credentials. For example, any academic or industry research, any awards of publications that you have will be peer reviewed by an endorsed body before you can actually apply for this category. The stats for the Global Talent Visa up to June 2023 were 3,500 visas. We have seen an increase of 64% in this visa category alone until June 2023. So there's a lot of other reasons why this visa is so attractive as well. There are other visas in the UK immigration rules that are very attractive. They are, however, very temporary in nature, and they provide the flexibility for businesses, however, to establish or carry out activities in the UK. Some of these activities potentially may be carried out without a visa, and instead it just required a business visitor visa, which will be very happy to assist you should you need to carry any business activities in the UK that are not covered. Now I will pass to Dimitris to talk about our UK startup ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So just to add, the UK is currently ratifying bilateral and international treaties as we speak, so we expect lots of these activities that Tatiana mentioned to be included into what business visitors can do. And as another speaker mentioned earlier, it's getting your foot through the door as well, just to investigate the UK market at first instance and then move on from there and decide whether it is the right place for you and your business to set up shop there and expand. And of course, we are seeing a full transformation of the immigration system, which we, of course, can discuss with you later during the panel. I think it's widely considered that UK has always been an attractive market for international businesses, and it's also regarded as one of the easiest places where to set up your business and expand. We believe that some of its core strengths are the language. English language is universal. It's the language of business. And at the same time, there's a massive skilled talent pool. So some of the top educational institutions globally are based in the UK. So that means they produce a lot of highly skilled people for your businesses to then employ. It contains a very flexible regulatory system. And on top of that, it's a diverse economy, and There's numerous science and innovation hubs, numerous investors, incubators, accelerators, and just generally all the support that you might need if you're looking to set up in the UK. So as we have seen today, there's a wide range of immigration options for you to choose, depending on the nature of your business and your circumstances. And of course, as Cyberlegal, we are here to guide you through all of that and to help you determine which of these routes is the most accessible one for you, that meets your business needs and will allow you to enter the UK market in the most efficient way possible.
Well, with that, I would like to end our presentation saying again, thank you very much for listening. We'll be happy to answer any questions after the session. We'll be in the EU panel session as well, so please let us know if you have any questions about the UK immigration and how Cyberlegal can assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitri and Tatiani. May I please request Claudio Marfioletti, CEO, Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, to kindly come up on stage to deliver the address on the topic Italy Business Ecosystem
and attraction of investments offered by Italy for manufacturers, startups, scale-ups, innovative companies. I think and I feel there is, what has emerged is that there is a lot of potential between Italy and India, and I would like to define and to share with you the pattern that has come up throughout the day. Just a few seconds to introduce myself and the organization I work for. I'm Claudio Marfioletti. I'm the CEO and the Secretary General of the Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce. We are an association of companies, entrepreneurs, extrepreneurs, as it's been very aptly defined for this event, and professionals. We have a membership base of approximately 800 members. Our head office is in Mumbai, and we have regional offices in Delhi, Calcutta, Chennai, and Bangalore. Within March 2023, we're going to open new offices in Mumbai, Maharashtra, in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat, but also in Milan, in Italy. We are an Indian organization, so we are registered in India, but we are officially recognized by the Italian Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy. Made in Italy is a word that I will be repeating quite often during my speech. What do we do? Our members are mainly Italian companies that have established a presence in India. There are more than 700 Italian companies present in the country. Indian importers, distributors, retailers, dealers of Italian brands and technologies, but also, and that's very interesting, an increasing number of Indian companies that have decided to invest in Italy as well. I am a blessed person because my job is to promote an extraordinary country like Italy in an equally extraordinary country like India. And more in the future, I see promoting India in Italy as well. What is so special about these two countries? And this, when I asked this question to myself, this is where the pattern started emerging. Italy is known worldwide because of its lifestyle brands, fashion, accessory, jewelry, furniture, design, food, wine, beverage, sports cars, bikes. But very few people know that behind the success of the many brands that all of us know, there is cutting-edge technology. Italy is the second largest manufacturer of Europe and the fourth or fifth largest manufacturer worldwide. And that kind of prowess, that kind of manufacturing productive capacity is something that is of extreme interest for the India that we know today. And that's where the second pattern starts to emerge. India, we know very well that the Indian economy is led by the service sector. Until a few years ago, not so many years ago, India was known worldwide mainly for their business outsourcing services, BOT. But now, especially during COVID and after the COVID, India has imposed itself as a global leader as far as anything digital is concerned. That's an undisputed leadership from their point of view. So we see on one side a great capacity from the Italian side of making things. We like to use matter to transform it and make something beautiful and nice and lasting and functional. And on the other side, we have a superpower that has developed a huge and unparalleled capacity to service also the manufacturing sector by providing a very strong digital ecosystem to improve the manufacturing processes. This is where I see there is a lot of potential of collaboration between Italy and India. There's another element that I would like to bring to the fore, and it's part of the description of today's conference. What makes Italian products very special, besides the materials, the quality, the details, the design, are three characteristics. One, there is in all the Italian products embedded a high level of technological innovation. The second element which defines Italian and made in Italy products is the attention to the environment, which perhaps was imposed by the need to save on raw materials, so to waste as little as possible, but that now have made Italy one of the Europe leader and global leader as far as circular economy is concerned. The third element is the relationship with the community, with the territory where Italian companies operate. Italy is made, like India, the backbone, economic backbone of Italy and India is SMEs. The big groups that we now know worldwide for their products have become what they are also because of very tight collaboration with suppliers, with the academic world, with research centers, and there is an extremely tight relationship of these companies with the suppliers and with the community at large. And that is a pattern, mind you, that all the 700 plus Italian companies that have invested in India are repeating. This is the model that does not change. Actually, the level of technological advancement, since the plants of Italian companies in India are relatively new, is much more ahead than it is in Europe. So what do we do as an association to bring in and bring closer India and Italy? Our mission is to support trade between Italy and India and cross-border investments. In 2022, we have reached a record of bilateral trade of 15 billion euros. And in the first 6 months of 2023, we are already 15% ahead of that number. 700 plus Italian companies present in India, around 100 Indian companies that have invested in Italy, and the number is increasing very, very rapidly in the past few months. So what do we do? Obviously, is provide assistance, consulting for establishment of a company, for finding trade partners, for finding new possibilities of doing business. But at the same time, what makes our mission and our job extremely exciting, at least as far as I'm concerned, is that we are building a community, and this is another word I have seen recurring in the previous presentations: community, ecosystem, co-creation, collaboration. So our ambition is to become, to some extent we already are, but to become more and more the platform of reference for both Indian and Italian companies willing to work together. In the manufacturing sector, as I said, India has a very ambitious target of increasing, almost doubling, the impact of the manufacturing sector in the national GDP. Right now, putting agriculture and industry together, that comes to no more than 35%. Italy will be a wonderful and a very apt partner to support India in this very ambitious target. On the other hand, Italian companies, small, medium, but also big-size companies need, and that's another topic that has emerged in one of the speeches, need to work with innovative startups to take care of some development, some innovative areas that they themselves cannot or do not want to do on their own. So from that point of view, there is a huge potential for collaborations.
Dania Neofito, partner D Globalist Business Mobility Cyprus. May I please request her to join us on stage for the address? Big round of applause for Senia.
Good evening, everyone, and I'm so happy to be here and excited. First of all, a big thank you to D Global for inviting me here, and congratulations to all you that made it here, the 200 successful companies. So my name is Xenia Neofitou. I'm the founder of CX Financia. We're a corporate service provider in Cyprus. We do provide one-stop solutions for business and entrepreneurs that want to go global. One of the second reasons I'm excited for being here is that I'm in India. I'm also part of Cyprus-India Chamber Association, and I love this country. We have so many similarities, and that's one of the reasons also I'm part of the chamber. I don't know if you know that Cyprus is the 8th largest foreign direct investor in India. So we share a lot of common agreements for trade and investments. And Cyprus and India have been supporting each other in several panels for different political issues. So I'm happy to be here in this country. So today I will present Cyprus, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of countries. I will present you Cyprus and the gateway to Europe. Oops, 1 minute. So before I start, maybe some of you don't know a lot of things about Cyprus. So Cyprus is a Mediterranean island. But the strong point of Cyprus is that its geostrategical position. It's in the crossroads of 3 continents, Asia and Africa. And this is a very strategic position because we are the gateway to the different markets. We are the bridge. It's a small island, so that the area is like 9,000 kilometers. We have the population, the last one recorded was about 1 million. The time zone is GMT +2. We have the euro currency. Our capital is Nicosia. And we have 2 international airports in Paphos and Larnaca, and 1 port. Okay, so why Cyprus? Why would someone invest in Cyprus? There are many reasons why one would consider. And as I mentioned before, is the geostrategic position. We are positioned between 3 continents, and this gives us access to the different markets. We are the bridge between the markets. There is in the last years, there has been a lot of turbulence globally, but compared to the rest of the Europe and the other markets, we showed resilience in Cyprus. So we show positive economic outlook even during pandemic, and the projections show that Cyprus is towards an upward trending economy. So also in Cyprus we have a big workforce of talent and professionals. Around 80% of the population it's in services, so they are all trained. We are one of the biggest countries that have a secondary degree, so they are all highly educated, and they support the industry and the financial services. Another strong point for Cyprus is the low cost of business. Compared to other big centers like Helsinki, Luxembourg, Tel Aviv, we are one of the lowest cost business centers in the area. Also, to that, you can easily find rent office and spaces at low prices, and also to invest in Cyprus, in real estate. Another very strong point for Cyprus is the double tax treaty agreements. We have around 67 double tax treaty agreements with other countries, and the tax system, of course, which I will explain a bit later. Another strong point for Cyprus is the work-life balance. People who come to stay in Cyprus and live, they enjoy, because 1 minute you're working in the office and in the next hour you can be in the beach. So another one of the strong points again is the beautiful weather, the pristine beaches. People who come, and we have testimonials, enjoy the good life and business style of Cyprus. And finally, another strong point, we are a full member state of the EU, so we are all our laws transpose the European laws into our legal system, and we have access to the European market, which is a big market, I would say. So this is again one of the strongest points why one would consider Cyprus. Another important point for startups, for someone looking to expand, is the regulatory system. And I would say that in Cyprus we have a very business-friendly legal regulatory framework. I'll give you an example. I was also had a client who was trying to set up a company in another European country, and he was having difficulties with the regulatory system and the technicalities. Of course, you have to know someone in advance to help you, but in Cyprus, doing a business, incorporating a business is very easy. It's about 5 days to set up a company. There is freedom to contract between the parties. There are no formalities or between the shareholders agreements and etc. So it's very easy to set up a business. You don't need, you can have one shareholder, minimum share capital is around 1,000 or less. So it's very easy to set up a business, a company in Cyprus, and eventually, if you want substance, there is what I mentioned before, low cost of living and setting up. Since we're talking about startup, I'll show you here about the ecosystem in Cyprus for the startup. In the last year, the government of Cyprus is promoting a lot, and it's an emerging tech hub. They have revised a lot the procedures, and they've given a lot of incentives. So we have seen an upgraded immigration rules, fast-track procedures, and they have also improved they've given more tax incentives to people relocating. So it's a destination that for someone that wants to come, we have a lot of companies that came in Cyprus the last years, for especially tech companies. We've seen a big influx of tech companies. And the reason was this fast procedure and the ease of doing business and the security in the legal structures and systems. In Cyprus also we have a big IT and startup communities. I'm also a member of these networks as well. We have numerous incubators and accelerators where we can also give guidance to startups and mentor them. There are many workshops and spaces for people to work as startup. So we have a growing startup community and IT community. Another strong point, which I'll also mention later on, is the IP box regime. We have a very good IP box regime. First of all, in order to you can register your IP in Cyprus, we follow legal regulations, and it's safe to register it in Cyprus. But we also have the strong advantage, the royalty income from your intellectual property can qualify for as low as 2.5% of taxation. Okay, here I've put the different sectors for Cyprus, of the growth sectors of the economy. You've seen them in the chart. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are in the same order. I've just put them randomly. I'm not gonna, we don't have time to expand. I'm just mentioning here, if someone wants to know more, I'm happy to explain. These are the sectors if someone wants to invest in a sector in Cyprus, or if someone wants to do business. So we have definitely the tourism and hospitality and the real estate are one of the biggest, let's say, and the traditional growth sectors. But the government is doing a lot of work to diversify from these sectors as well, and it has given incentives to the other sectors. And one big sector again and upcoming strong in Cyprus is the financial services industry. We have, if you come in Limassol, we have many companies that have relocated. They are in the financial services. They have set up their brokerage firms. They have relocated people. Also, fund industry is an emerging sector of our economy, and it's upcoming. We've seen a tremendous increase, like 200% per year, we've seen in the fund industry. Fund managers and funds are setting up in Cyprus, and the reason being we are transposing the EU regulation. We have similar regulation like Malta, Luxembourg, but compared, for example, to set up a fund in Luxembourg, to set up a fund in Cyprus is about a third of the cost. So we are again seeing an influx of fund managers and funds setting up in Cyprus. And of course, we give other incentives. I've just also put here the film industry recently. I mean, because of the new schemes that are from the European Union and in Cyprus, we have very good incentives for the filmmakers. And we had in Cyprus people from Bollywood coming and visiting Cyprus and to do a film, because we have also, apart from the European incentives, we have very nice locations, cinematic, and people want to do their movies here. Okay, so moving on to the next. Here in this chart, I put the logos of companies that, especially in the tech sector, that have set up presence in Cyprus. And I will concentrate on the last two recent ones. Examples of big one is the Mitsubishi Global Corporate Association and Influx, a French subsidiary. These two companies, they've done their research. They had, of course, their advisors to look to the island. And for them, Cyprus stand out for many reasons, as I mentioned before. They've given a lot of good tax incentives, especially for employees relocating to Cyprus. Cyprus ranked high in their agenda. And once they took the decision, these two companies, it was a very fast procedure. And that's why I want to mention here. Within 2 months, the companies were set up, and they had their employees working with offices in Cyprus. And this was one of the recent transformations of Cyprus that have done in the migration department. They upgraded all the procedures. So I've seen it myself. We've relocated companies. They've upgraded the procedures, so it's a very fast-track procedure now. You can register your company, and within a month you can bring employees with a visa, work permit visa, working in Cyprus. So we're very pleased that they have done this, and they are constantly giving more and more incentives for people to come and relocate. So one other important fact for someone that wants to, it's an entrepreneur or they want to expand, it's funding. So in this slide, you will see that with Cyprus, you will have access to European funding programs as a Cyprus entity. The European Union has different funding programs, and they give different incentives for small, medium enterprises for these reasons, especially for companies that are in the field of research and innovation, in the agriculture sector, in the energy, transport, and digital transformation. So there are, according to certain criteria, your company may qualify for funding from the EU grants, which is a very, again, big advantage for if you set up in Cyprus. Okay, as I mentioned before, one of our emerging growth sectors is the fund industry, and I've also put it here because it's very important for the companies through the Cyprus funds. You can, for example, through a Cyprus fund, investors from across Europe can invest in India and the other way around. Investors from India, using the fund vehicle, they can invest across Europe. So this is a very strong vehicle. In Cyprus, we have, like I said, it's one of the strongest emerging markets. And the reason is because we have a very attractive European framework. We use a lot the alternative investment funds in Cyprus, where there is huge opportunities of investments and where to invest. The setup costs compared to other jurisdictions are lower. And also for India, the FPI classification for Cyprus funds was a big factor, and we are now, our Cyprus funds can now invest into the market of India. Here I've put on the graph some examples for small, medium enterprises of funding program. Horizon Europe, for example, you may know it is one of the biggest, but there are also many funding schemes, and we will be happy to assist anyone who would be interested and explain in more detail. Okay, so in this chart, I've put the different routes for someone, if someone wants to come and live in Cyprus, the options for residence permit. Of course, we have the visitor's temporary visa. This is for someone who wants to come to Cyprus for a year, for example, or you can renew it for longer. With this visa, you are not allowed to work, but it's an easy visa because there are not financial criteria or anything. So it's maybe for many is the first visa that someone will get. We also have the fast track, let's say, permanent residence visa by investment. If someone wants to get a resident visa by investing, there are different criteria, but if they invest in 300,000 euros in different sectors, for example, it can be real estate or it can be an alternative investment fund or a Cyprus company, they can qualify for this permanent visa investment. We also have the digital nomad visa. This visa also was very attractive to many people coming to Cyprus. It's for people that actually don't want to work in Cyprus. It's for people that you are working remotely. And this is a very convenient visa, so they can still work. They can work from home for their foreign company, and they can get a residence permit in Cyprus. As I mentioned before, we have the work permits for third country nationals. This one was one of the strongest in the last 2 years, also because of the different incentives given by Cyprus. And it's a very fast-track procedure as well. And, of course, the startup visa, which is similar to many visas that was mentioned with the other countries, the startup visa. It can be like up to 5 individuals. You have to put a business plan to the Cyprus government. The criteria are lower, and within a year they can give you the visa and renew for a longer time, but it's important to have a good and a business plan in place, and also to have support from local incubators and facilitators. Okay, so I wouldn't leave you without mentioning the tax incentives for Cyprus, because in Cyprus, first of all, we have one of the lowest tax systems in Europe at 12.5%, which is a very big incentives for people setting up in Cyprus for this reason. And in addition to that, we have a lot of other combined incentives that someone can take advantage of. I've just put some of these here. Being a member of the European Union, of course, we apply the EU Parent Subsidiary Directive. That means that the parent and subsidiary companies within the group, they are not taxed to any further tax. We are part we have double tax treaty agreements with, now from the government statistics, from the government page, it's around 67, but this list is growing. This is a very big advantage. We also have a double tax treaty agreement with India. You know in advance the regime, and also you have tax credits between the two countries. But in addition to that, I would like to add that Cyprus has a unilateral tax relief, which is something that not many countries have. This unilateral tax relief means that Cyprus does not, even if they don't have double tax treaty agreements with another country, they do not put additional taxes to this country. So it's like applying, they are not putting extra. If they pay a tax in their country, they give tax credits in Cyprus, which is a very strong tax incentive in Cyprus. Another big incentive also is the capital gains tax. Compared also to other jurisdictions, in Cyprus, almost there are no capital gains, especially if you sell shares or if you the shares are completely exempt. The only capital gains we have is for selling property in Cyprus. So again, is one of the most advantageous incentives and compared to other jurisdictions as well. And another strong point here, I forgot to put the IP regime, which I can also mention. Another strong incentive is the national interest deduction. So, for example, if you finance your Cyprus company with equity instead of finance, then you can apply the national interest deduction and you can obtain a tax credit up to 80% of your revenue. So effectively, this means you can have effective rate of almost 2.5%. And this, this can apply to any Cyprus company, you don't need to be there. So we have a lot of companies structuring in Cyprus, withholding companies or other structures just to take advantage of all these characteristics. And of course, the IP regime, which I mentioned also before, you can also apply, the royalty income is taxed at an effective rate of 2.5%. And I will finish the tax incentives here for individuals. Again, I just picked a few points. One of the strong points in Cyprus is our non-dom regime. What is a non-dom regime? Is for people that are tax resident in Cyprus, but they are not domiciled. For example, you have a foreign passport and you come to reside in Cyprus, you have become a tax resident. If you're a non-dom, then the dividends you pay in Cyprus, the dividend income is exempt for 17 years from any taxes. And this is a very good incentive for people setting up offices in Cyprus, or even for people that have multinational companies. They can declare all this income in Cyprus and not to be taxed on dividend income for 17 years. A lot of people have moved in Cyprus for these reasons as well. And for the individuals coming to work in Cyprus, we have also given strong incentives, especially the IT people that have moved to Cyprus and they have big salaries. The Cyprus government has lowered the threshold, so if you're getting over 55,000 salary per year, then you can qualify for 50% exception. So a lot of people enjoy this benefit, and they have applied it, and they're very happy, and we have moved. And the reason is to attract foreign talent, executives, managers that. So, for example, if you set up your company and you really get your executives, they will enjoy also these tax incentives. So that in a nutshell, I think we are running out of time. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer or during the panel. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senia, and all the speakers for those invigorating speeches. I'm sure our audience has got a lot of food for thought from this session, but there's more insights coming from our other representatives right after our next discussion. Our next session is a panel titled Business Mobility Europe, and to deliberate upon the key aspects of business mobility in Europe, I would like to call back on stage our moderator for the session, Tamina Watson, partner D Globalist, and our esteemed guests. Please welcome the first panelist, Claudio Maffioletti, CEO, Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce. Can we have Claudio back on stage? Okay, I think he'll join us shortly. Our second panelist is Senia Neofito. Can we have you back on stage, Senia? Our third panelist is Tatiani Preifeld, partner D Globalist Business Immigration UK, and her other partner, Dimitri Dimitriou. Tamina, I think you can start, and Claudio can join in.
Well, hello again. Everybody having fun? We might have to give you some more coffee. That wasn't good enough. Are you having fun? All right. Well, it's so nice to actually be able to learn as I go as well, because having grown up in the UK, I didn't really practice immigration law, so I feel as though I've just learned a ton. And I think it's going to be really useful for us to know what startups have to do to perhaps enter the market in Europe, wherever that might be. So why don't we start with Tatiani. Tell us about what startups need to know as some of the most important issues from your expertise about moving to your jurisdiction?
Thank you for the question. There was a previous visa in the UK immigration rules that was a startup visa. This visa route has been extinguished now, and the visa that has now been the predecessor or the successor of it, of the startup, is the Innovator Founder Visa. So a lot of entrepreneurs here in the room, this is what we are here. What do we need to know about this route is that you have access to, there are no funds requirement criteria for you to apply for this visa route. Dimitris will be able to tell us more as we are doing co-paneling.
Yep. I mean, as a startup, obviously you have many options which could work in your favor, and obviously the visa is the first barrier you probably will encounter, but by that point, as a business, you probably have decided that it is the right time for you to expand into another market like the UK. So at that point, you would have considered your other factors, for example, you know, whether there is available funding, whether there is an available visa route, whether there is available support outside of funding. So if you get to the decision that you want to establish your business in the UK, I think the Innovator Founder is an option whereby it will allow you to obtain access to the UK market if you do have an innovative idea, provided that you manage to get endorsed by one of the endorsing bodies. Oh, apologies. And I think, you know, as a startup as well, aside of immigration, you know, there are other things which make the UK attractive as well. So, for example, to register a company in the UK, that can be done within 24 hours on some occasions. So that just shows how much we want to avoid bureaucracy and a lot of unnecessary red tape, let's say. So I think, yeah, it is, as a startup, I think the UK can be a very attractive location to set up your business.
And I would say not only geographic, about the language, you know, about the skills that the market provides. So your business idea needs to be viable, needs to be scalable. But the UK has seen definitely, as I previously presented, an increase on the Innovator Founders Visa. So it has definitely been something that we in immigration are watching very, very closely, as we see this being one of the visa routes that would be very attractive to every entrepreneur in this room.
And also...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add as well, you know, the UK is something we, you know, probably forget, but is in the back of our minds as well. It has one of, I would say, the most robust legal systems as well. You know, there's a lot of, it provides a lot of predictability and certainty to businesses. That's why many of them choose to do business in the UK, and they want to be protected by English law when they're carrying out their commercial transactions. So I think there are definitely a lot of factors which make the UK attractive, apart from, you know, the various immigration options that are out there.
You know, I was just thinking about this, that Rishi Sunak has been a huge proponent of tech startups in the UK, very much hosting events. And wasn't it on his door that there were, like, some symbols were written down not so long ago? Am I making that up?
Was it some, sorry?
Rishi Sunak at 10 Downing Street, they wrote down some of the symbols of, you know, coding. It was just
I think what we have seen is that the UK is definitely heavily investing and trying to foster an environment for tech companies to come and to be established in the UK. So it's no surprise that, you know, the UK Prime Minister and the entire, you know, UK immigration apparatus is, you know, fostering tech companies and fostering entrepreneurs to come in.
Yeah, you know, I want to just add that UK recently added some proposals, or maybe they've gone into law, that if anybody's gone to universities in the US, and maybe some people here have, that the UK will take these innovative students without questions. Is that right?
So I think you're referring to the high potential individual visa, which actually was one of the additions to the immigration system this year, which is a visa that was created, is of temporary nature, so it's not like the others where it's a long-term solution. But it is one which allows people to get their foot through the door. It allows you to be employed, to be self-employed, to set up your business. And it is targeting the top graduates from top institutions, top 50 institutions globally, actually. So yeah, it is a fast-track route without many questions asked that allows all these really highly talented individuals to get access to the UK market and explore it further.
Would that be something for startups to consider?
Potentially, yeah. I think Tatiana mentioned earlier, you know, there are so many immigration routes rather than the three main ones that we covered, which are normally tailored to startups and innovators. You know, there's the Youth Mobility Scheme as well, which is mainly for young individuals, which also gives them almost unrestricted access to the UK labour market as well. So I would say certainly these are options that will allow you to get there, work lawfully, and expand your business potentially.
Very, very interesting. Well, Zinnia, your presentation was so eye-opening because it's very educational to understand how taxes and visas all come together. So when it comes to startups relocating, what would you say would be the top 3 things that they have to think about?
Okay. Also, I would like to add on your previous question for the startups. It's a more general, actually, question. And also to add like UK, because as well as India, we follow the EU common law, sorry, the English common law. So this makes it a very flexible, and I also mentioned in the presentation, a very flexible environment. And this is one of the strong points we have. We also consult startups, and we see that they have a lot of compliance, and of course the corporate structure is one thing, but they're also, you have to be careful. One of the tips is you have to be careful of the jurisdiction where you're going to choose. And to follow the guidance of a professional, because there are many compliance and regulatory aspects that you have to take into consideration. And I would say also Cyprus is one of the most flexible jurisdictions to follow. Another big incentives is the tax incentives, which I also mentioned. So where you go, look at the tax, the regime, the legal regime. Look also the tax issues, and it's not only, you have to do a study when you set up in a jurisdiction. It's not only the corporate tax, there are the individual tax, there are also the VAT taxes. So definitely I would recommend do a study for your tax planning before you set up a company, and make sure that this is the most advantageous for you. And the opportunities for access to markets. You set up a company. Also, Cyprus, as a part of the European Union, it gives you immediately access to the European Union. We have a lot of, especially companies in the financial services. If you get a if you get a Cyprus company, if you register a Cyprus company and you get the license, then it immediately gives you EU passport for your company. You don't need to get a license in the different other jurisdictions. This is a very strong point. We also have in Cyprus ourselves, our clients, we have help them get the license. And with this European license, they can easily passport to all Europe. They don't need to get. So my tips are do a very good study of the jurisdiction.
You know, I thought it was very interesting that you laid out so many different types of funding opportunities. Now, startups are always looking to raise funds, and it sounds like there might be funding opportunities from the government. Can you talk a little bit about that?
And the government, of course, it's supporting, it gives incentives it depends, I mean, according to criteria. And we have, for example, we have grants for digitalization or young entrepreneurs. There are different kinds of schemes that the government of Cyprus gives from time to time and invents and incentives. And many of them are incentives also with the European Union. Also, as a startup in Cyprus, you can qualify to get a grant from the European Union. And there is a big fund. There are big opportunities in different sectors. Especially the European Union is giving a lot of incentives for tech, renovation, startups, also in education. There are many, it's a pool of funds if someone wants to invest in education, or also to do, I mean, if you are an educator and want to get access to these funds, again, to train staff as well. So there are many, it's a pool of funding, and having a Cyprus company, you can qualify for these grants as well.
Meaning that if a startup in this room were to open a business in Cyprus, they could be eligible to apply for those funds?
There are criteria, of course, and according to criteria, they can be eligible having a Cyprus company, and according to other criteria. They have to have presence in Cyprus, yes.
Amazing. Well, Claudia, it was so interesting hearing about what Italy is doing and the relationship between India and Italy. What do you want the startup founders to know today about perhaps having their startups in Italy?
Well, about incentives and facilitations of investors in the startup, scale-up, innovative companies. There is a set of incentives which are provided both at a communitarian, European level, which has been briefly defined by my colleague speaker. Italy has, though, a series of additional incentives, especially for technological and innovative startups, in the sense that the government, through its central bank, invests directly in these companies. Those companies will benefit of all the services and the facilities available for any Italian company, because by establishing a company in Italy, you become a full-fledged Italian company. It doesn't matter where the capital is coming from. What is the additional advantage of Italy is the presence of various clusters, manufacturing clusters, which are in deep need of technological and digital services, automotive, auto components, machinery, food processing, pharma. And that provides a very, very interesting platform, as Italy not only is a gateway access to continental Europe, but also to other Mediterranean countries. It also provides for an extremely diversified ecosystem of universities in different disciplines, not only fashion and design management, but also medicine, pharma, engineering. We have top-notch universities in Italy. And there is also the network, and Italy has, I think, 20 of the European digital and innovation hubs. So the ecosystem is quite varied, and it's quite conducive for any startup active in the most various sectors to have a very interesting ecosystem to avail. I agree with the comment passed by my colleague that whenever there is an investment to be done, analysis and study is absolutely of paramount importance. Study which are the areas in Europe or in Italy where your services and your value proposition can be adopted. See where are the clusters of potential clients that could be very interested in availing of your services, and avail of the network of professionals and institutions and associations that are there just to help you.
Very interesting. So does Italy have a startup visa?
Not yet.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, the UK has the equivalent. It's called the Innovator Visa. Cyprus has it. The US does not have it. You know, I'm always jealous of all these countries that have the startup visa. You know, we have some time for questions. Are you up for taking some questions? Okay, wonderful. Anybody got questions? Okay, hand over there.
Hi, my name is Arun. I run a company called Vendikin. We work with unattended retail. The panelists have given a lot of information about founders and what founders can get and their companies can get. One challenge that we've been facing specifically with Europe is our team members and our employees. So when they have to go over, especially at the start, when you're having your initial training sessions, you're having your customer interactions, deployments, getting visas is a challenge for workers or employees to go in. So that delays go to market. As an example, if a member of my team needs to go in for a training session, for a deployment, they have challenges getting, one, a timely visa, and number two is the number of entries going in. So you might get a single entry and it might require 2 visits over a period of 6 months. So any advice, any inputs around that and how we can address that? I know it's a broad topic, but anything that could help in those lines would be super helpful.
Well, I can start with the UK, and perhaps Dimitris will be happy to add. I think it depends on the activities. If you are talking about from an immigration UK perspective, it depends if, the activities that your company or your workforce is coming to do, if they are permissible activities or not permissible activities. So all of these criterias might, give you an indication of how fast will you be able to do things. If you need a business visitor visa, which is something that we'll be happy to assist you, that requires us to go over, a scrutiny process of understanding what these are. But a business visitor visa, it shouldn't require much time for approval. Of course, we cannot speak in the name of the Home Office. The decision is ultimately with them. Immigration practitioners and solicitors in the UK, we are only allowed to go to a certain extent, and after that, it's handed to the Home Office and it's up for them to make the decision and a turnaround.
So the UK has, by the way, been super helpful. I think my challenge personally with my company has been more with Europe. We've had several visits from our employees to the UK without much of a problem. I think the challenge that we've been facing as we've gotten into Europe over the last 2 years has been Europe specifically. So the UK, maybe I should have added that in my question, so I'm sorry, but the UK was almost no problems at all.
Well, we're happy to hear that.
So which country did you have the most challenge, if you can say?
We had, Belgium.
No, he's talking about Europe, so many countries. I was suspecting this question to come, because it's a question that we receive also from many of the Italian companies in India that have to send some employees to Italy, or Indian dealers of Italian. It is a problem, and it's become a critical problem especially after COVID, because the number of officials in European embassies has decreased dramatically. I don't have a quick solution for you on that, but what we do as a Chamber of Commerce, we do not issue visa. That's the embassies and the consulate's job. But what we have agreed with our diplomatic bodies here in India is to provide fast-track services to members of the Chamber. Not because we are the Chamber and we are good looking for that, but because to become our members, there is a whole scrutiny, there is a due diligence about the company and how serious, because the issue of fake application is there. So there is a lot of attention, a lot of time invested in checking the applications. So our members do avail of a fast-track facility, and through that fast track they get almost immediate appointment with the VFS office, and then by interacting with our team, we do a thorough check of that all the documents are in place and everything is in place in order to have an application which is quickly accepted and a visa quickly issued. On the duration and on the number of entries, that is something that is progressive. Typically, you start with one entry visa for a very limited time, then once that is repeated, the time extends. But that doesn't run in tune with your business needs. You need to go and to send people regularly to Europe, so perhaps there should be a different approach, especially for startups. As far as the European countries are concerned, to facilitate a quicker mobility. By the way, take advantage. I'm part of the Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also part of the nascent Federation of European Businesses in India, which puts together many European companies present in India and also a number of bilateral chambers, and perhaps that should be put as one of the items to be looked into with the EU delegation and all the member states in India.
Very appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, what I would like to say here, usually if you come for business reasons, also for our clients, what we do, because we also have very good relationships with the embassy, especially with the Embassy of India. We have, I'm also part of the Chamber Cyprus, India, so we have very good relationships with them. We can send them an email and we can monitor, let's say, as much as possible your application. We can also send you an invitation letter, and we can try to facilitate. If you come for a short-term period, yes, you have to follow procedures. It's up to the immigration, how much workload they have. But the good thing with Cyprus, being a small country, most of the professionals, we have a very good relationships with the different departments, let's say. So as much as we can, we try to help our clients as much as possible and to, monitor, because there is, you can't, with the government officials, you have to press them all the time. So that's what we can help you with.
Sure. Thank you. That's super helpful.
It sounds like you've got some good strategies there. So wonderful. How lucky that we have such insightful panelists. We probably have time for about one or two more questions. At least one. Any questions? No? Well, I have a question. It sounds to me that, and any of you can take it, it seems like Europe and the UK now have some differences in what's happened over the last few years. And if somebody wants to enter the market in Europe, but they want to also access the market in the UK or vice versa, do you have anything to say on that front? It might be that people are thinking on a bigger level. How do you answer those questions for people? Maybe.
So your question again?
The question is, UK, Europe, now UK is not part of Europe, but the proximity is there. So what are the advantages, disadvantages? Do you have anything to share at all?
Yeah, from my point of view, there are a lot of things change and some not. So the fact that the UK exited the European Union, especially in different services, even I will not touch upon, let's say, tax, immigration taxes, or if you have to import-export in Europe, which there are from Europe to UK and etc. Also, certain services, for example, our services, the financial services, were affected. UK was also one of the strongest player in the financial services, and now with the Brexit, we had a lot of companies wanting to register in Cyprus, for example, because they could not longer offer their services. So it depends. It depends on the type, but because now the UK is not part of the EU family, there are certain things that you have to be aware. So my advice, let's say, for someone for a client that wants to strategize themselves, they have to consider, do you want the UK market or you want the European access? So this is one common question I have for people that want to set up a brokerage license, which again, like I said, it's, it applies the EU passport. And UK had it before, and with the Brexit, now it's no longer valid. So I asked them, do you want access to your European market or the UK? If we want the UK, then we have to apply to the UK, and that's a lot of our clients did that. When the Brexit, they also applied to UK again.
Dimitri, do you have anything to share?
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, the UK and the EU have had a bit of a shaky relationship in the last few years, as everyone knows. Although I think things are a bit more normalized now. I think, you know, the withdrawal agreement has taken place. You know, the UK has transposed thousands of EU rules into national legislation. You know, GDPR, which affects data protection, has been, you know, there's still the UK GDPR, and not much has changed, in fact. But obviously there are barriers which didn't exist before, and you know, having a UK entity previously gave you access to the entire EU market. But that's not to say that things aren't good right now, especially for companies in technology, startups and scale-ups in this sector, because immigration transformation and digital technology were high on the political agenda of the UK government for a decade or more. 10, 15 years ago, no one would have believed that the UK would be in the top 5 global ecosystems for technology.
Top 3.
Top 3 probably now, yeah, in fact. This is a huge achievement, and only in 2022, venture capital funding into the technology sector amounted to about 30 billion. So that just comes to show that, you know, that'll actually put the UK third behind the US and China in terms of investment in tech. So it just comes to show that whilst the UK may have lost access to funding from the EU, they have prioritized where they want to focus. And I think technology is certainly one of the areas that is booming and hasn't severely been affected by what has happened. In fact, I would say technology as well, it just knows no borders, because it's, you know, you can reach consumers in Europe with an app, for example, that you've created. So I certainly think that it is still an excellent market.
I would like to add to that from my previous presentation, you also the increase on visas just by June 2023. So, of course, the UK has left the EU. Like Dimitri says, it's created a bit of a shaky relation, but I think the UK is way past that tension period now. Tech companies, financial services, they're all still seeking to come and set shop in the UK or to fortify their businesses, practices in the UK. So I think these stats with the UK immigration that I presented earlier only comes to solidify that the UK is way past Brexit.
Well, thank you so much. Our time is up, but how wonderful to have all of this knowledge from such an esteemed panel. And I think the conclusion is, the world is your oyster. Pick your place. And you have all these people to help you. So wonderful. Thank you so much. Give it up for the panelists.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, Tomina. Moving on, we continue with our set of representatives from different countries who will be sharing their views on how to set up and scale up your business in the most efficient way. Now I would like to invite on stage Owen Magocha, partner D Globalist Business Mobility South Africa. Can we have you on stage, Owen? Yep, great.
Hello. All right. Greetings to everyone here. My name is Owen Magocha, originally born in Zimbabwe. I started my LLB in South Africa, and just like all immigrants, I ended up staying in South Africa. So I am a legal professional who chose to just focus on immigration and business mobility. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. Firstly, before I go further, I want to thank the Globalists for the vision that they've put together in partnership with Forbes. This is amazing, and thank you so much for this opportunity. So I will be talking about business mobility to South Africa. South Africa is the country right at the bottom of Africa. They say it's one of the countries that doesn't have a name, but it has a geographical location as a description to call it a country. So you can just call it South Africa. So I'm going to talk about 2 points. I don't want to be very long. I'll touch 2 points of my presentation, which is immigration and then business setup. I would dwell more on immigration because that is the core part which might be more relevant. And maybe if we talk in the panel, I'll touch a bit more about the business setup. So my profile, I'm an immigration legal professional. I practice global mobility for multinational corporations in South Africa. Some of them are from India and from the rest of the world. So some of the major automotive companies that have set up operations in South Africa, I have serviced them in terms of immigration needs, helping them to set up in the country and bringing loads and loads of their employees from all over the world, India, China, Poland, and many other countries. And I work and I'm a founder of a company called MIMSHA Group. Now, MIMSHA Group is a relocation and mobility company that focuses on inbound and outbound immigration to South Africa. But of course, it also touches other jurisdiction as part of our clientele servicing. And in addition to that, we have other subsidiaries, which I might not really talk about today. Now, my agenda is business immigration to South Africa, business setup, and why South Africa, okay? So first, let's talk about South African immigration regulations. I think after having looked at different immigration landscapes of different countries in the world, I strongly believe, and I've come to a conclusion, that we usually took for granted what we have in South Africa. They have one of the most leanest, simplest, and cheapest immigration processes. I mean, some countries, just to bring an expert into a country, you pay thousands and thousands of dollars. And South Africa is one of the cheapest. You won't even believe the amounts if I tell you. So the government department or the ministry that manages immigration is called the Department of Home Affairs. I think it's a common word that works across different countries, and it is all governed by the Immigration Act 13 of 2002. Now, these are the main visas. They are not all the visas, but these are the main visas that can help you should you want to set up in South Africa, or you're already an existing corporation that is operations in South Africa, and you rely on moving employees from one branch to the other, one subsidiary to the other, or intra-company transfer movement. So we have, let's talk about investors and entrepreneurs. Now, there are 2 main visas that can be of benefit to you to South Africa. Firstly, we have what is called a business permit. Now, a business permit in South Africa, there are different processes. Of course, you have to have a recommendation letter from the Department of Trade and Industry if your business is viable. But if you pass all those red tapes, if you pass all those processes, you will be allowed to have a business permit. That is a ground and a pathway to eventually get permanent residence in South Africa. So that is one of the simplest ways to set up in South Africa. But if you are an entrepreneur who doesn't need to be physically in South Africa, you don't need to have a business permit. You can always go to South Africa on a business trip with your Section 11(1) visa, just to go see operations, meet your partners, and still come back to your domicile country. But the business permit is one of the best permits that you can apply. And then we've got what is called the financial independent permit. Now, in South Africa, we don't have the programs like other countries where you can buy citizenship, you can buy a second passport, but this is the closest that we have. It's called a financial investment permit. Now, this permit is a free-for-all. In other words, you can do anything that you want in South Africa. If you get this permit, you can run a business, you can work, you can literally do any activity. It doesn't have restrictions. And actually, that permit is a direct permanent residence to South Africa. So they call it a permit, but actually it's a direct permanent residence. The requirement to get that is you must only prove that you have a net worth of at least 12 million rands in your home country. Not in South Africa. It is not your capital injection, but it is just your net worth. It can be land, property, assets, stocks, anything that you have. If you can prove that you have that minimum net worth, then you do qualify. Then we have the intra-company transfer. This one helps you to move your stuff from one country to the other. You have a subsidiary in South Africa. You want to bring people to work for up to 4 years. This is the permit for you. Very simple to meet, and you can apply it in any country where there's a South African embassy. Now, we also have companies that say, look, we don't want to really come to South Africa and have 5-year permit. We just got a contract. We just got a project, and we just want to run this project for like 3 months or 6 months. For example, I've got companies from India that relied on that visa. For example, ThyssenKrupp, even Daimler, India. They just want to come for 3 to 6 months. This visa allows you to have unrestricted work activities for like 3 months or 6 months, and I don't find that in many jurisdictions. In many jurisdictions, 3 months is actually a business trip. You're coming for meetings. But in South Africa, we have a special visa that allows you to actually work for 3 months to 6 months. Local employees, this is actually your normal work permit routes, whereby you apply for, get a work permit for someone to be counted as a local head count in South Africa. This is skills-based immigration. Now, just briefly on the business setup. South Africa, just similar to most countries, you can open a sole proprietor partnership, a private company, which is one of the most common ones, because it protects you from liability, where you register your company as a separate legal entity. Then you can have a public company, a non-profit. But for you to choose whatever works for you, definitely you might need to speak to a partner, a professional who is in that jurisdiction, who can guide you accordingly to what exactly do you want to do that suits your business. But the underlying factors, of course, is mainly tax implications, because each of these business structures has a different level of tax implication, liability, and what management and control do you have in that business. And of course, what are the legal compliance requirements that you have to fulfill for you to operate? So these are just some of the considerations that you have to put into perspective if you want to operate a business in South Africa. So operating a business in South Africa or setting up a business, registering a company, there are no red tapes. It's very, very, very simple to register your company. You can register your company even outside South Africa without necessarily being in South Africa. The only time where you might be required to have a business permit is if you want to come and operate physically in South Africa. Then, of course, you need to have a business permit. Now, South Africa, just like most other jurisdictions, maybe Dubai, Free Economic Zone, and other my colleagues that have presented, we have what are called business parks or free trade zones or special economic zones. Now, in this one, it's a very unique in Africa. Most countries don't have that. The government of South Africa developed business parks. They put so much beautiful infrastructure, very modern, and they try to bring companies, foreign investors, to come and operate their business in those business parks. Now, in return, you benefit from tax incentives, you get free import and exports, and there are many benefits that you can get just by setting your company in those special economic zones. That is one of the most common structure where most foreign nationals benefit from. Now, in addition to that, if you set up your business in South Africa, you're also going to benefit from the Africa Continental Free Trade Zone with more than 40 countries. And imagine having all that population as a potential market for your business in a free trade zone amongst all those countries. And also, I've already spoken about the immigration landscape of South Africa. It is not bureaucratic, it is not difficult. You just need to find a partner who can give you a tailor-made solution for the business that you want to do. And lastly, just the 2 points. South Africa is actually one of the strong economies in Africa. It's actually a financial giant in Africa. If you have been to South Africa, you would really concur and agree with me that the infrastructure in South Africa is one of the best. It's actually one of the best as compared to even your other big so-called developed countries. And technology, telecommunications, internet, electricity, South Africa is well connected to service different businesses. So I would strongly advise someone that if you want to set up a business in South Africa, you have to look at your business, you have to look at your needs, what exactly and why would you want to come to South Africa? Do you want the market in South Africa, or do you want the benefits that come by setting up a business in South Africa? One of the other benefits that many people like for South Africa is the affordable skilled labor. You can get really affordable skilled labor in South Africa. And that is one of the motivating factors for many corporations to come and employ people in South Africa. Now, my time is up, but I just want to sum it up and say, if you really want to have more information about South Africa, you can speak with us after the program. We'll be able to discuss with you further. You can contact the Globalist, and we can be able to discuss more in detail to what unique specifications would your business need from us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Owen. May I now invite on stage our next speaker, Jenny Junkier, Partner D Globalist Business Strategy and Scale, Australia. Please welcome on stage Jenny.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenny Junkier and I'm a business scaling expert and I'm the founder of An Intent, a global scaling intelligence agency. I wanted to describe what scaling means to me, so I thought I would use a cricket analogy. To be a really scalable company is like to be Kohli or Tendulkar. Even though there might be not a great pitch condition, they have the intention and the preparedness to hit any delivery for 6 consistently. Let me introduce you to Adam. Adam is a founder of a fictional tech company called Tech Vision in India. And Adam wants to grow his brand globally, so he's thinking of an international expansion. He was contemplating what country to go to next, and he was thinking about Australia. So he asked me, the laws of business are universal, right? What can you really tell me about operating in Australia? Well, this is what I shared with him. I said, Australia is a small population. However, we are really loyal to the brands that share our core values. So if you're thinking of coming to Australia, one of the first things you should do is align your corporate values with the themes and preferences of Australian customers, which are sustainability. We really value sustainability. Language. So we are politically correct, but we also believe in freedom of speech. We love to have a really good laugh at work, so it's a bit of a balancing act. We're a multicultural society, so we love inclusiveness and we very much respect our Indigenous culture. If you're going to operate, we advised Adam not to talk too proudly about his company. There's this thing called a tall poppy syndrome, and while we like to buy from successful companies, we don't really like when they talk about how successful they are. And we work to live, we don't live to work. So, if Tech Vision was coming into Australia, we advised Adam to really embrace what it was to be Australian. We told him, follow in the footsteps of Qantas, our national airline, who had an advertising campaign. And even though the headquarters are in India, based on Qantas, Tech Vision should still try to call Australia home. So then I made him read the lyrics of that song. Just kidding. I made him sing it instead. It's the Australian way. It was the first thing I wanted him to do, because what I didn't want him to do is I didn't want him to be like Nando's. Nando's thought, when they came into Australia, we would like eating chicken the Nando's way. We didn't. So they quickly learned to win in Australia that you actually have to provide the food in the Australian way. So then Adam was thinking, well, how can I make sure my product succeeds in Australia? I said to him, think quality. We don't like poor quality stuff. Unless it's cheap, But even then, we're a bit of a snob to make sure it's not have really that bad poor craftsmanship, and we probably won't touch it unless it's environmentally friendly. So then, as he's thinking of entering Australia, I suggested that he should not do it with a big bang. Unlike the TV show The Big Bang Theory, which was a very popular TV show in Australia, it just wasn't the way to enter our shores. As Starbucks unfortunately found out the hard way. They came in and opened stores everywhere, but they really should have spent more time gathering data about how Australians like their coffee. And if you're trading in Australia, I suggest you are a strict, law-abiding corporate citizen. And unlike the movie with Gerald Butler, nothing may blow up in TechVision's face, but breaking our corporate and trade laws can come with hefty penalties. And Adam and any other of his colleagues that may be directors of Australian companies, there's a lot of personal director obligations as well. So they don't want to be risking their personal assets for corporate liabilities. Adam and I got to talking, and we're talking about his brand. And there was a recognition that the brand is not known in Australia. So what can he do? I said, well, if you haven't already done so, you should be creating a global marketing sophisticated machine where you can customize content to suit the Australian consumer. Try a little bit of humour. We like that. Try a little bit of our slang. You know, we will respond well in marketing campaigns if you talk our language. But like anything in life, don't overdo it. But the one main thing I said is if you're going to come trade in Australia, learn our culture. Understand that as part of your strategy. Take the time and effort to do so. Because the one thing that you could get wrong is not learning the culture. Because you won't have any employees and you won't have any customers. So, you know what he said to me after all this? He goes, geez, you guys are a hard bunch to please. Why would I jump through all these hoops just to enter Australia? And whilst I totally got where he was coming from, I had to think about that for a minute. And I said, oh, that's right. We like spending. High consumerism is huge. We have been known to stand up in the tech queues when Apple releases their products. We're getting the next streaming subscriptions, travel, shopping, you name it, we'll buy it. We like spending. So companies that come into Australia that want people to buy are well placed. We also have a really strong and stable economy. It is predictable, it's stable, even with global recessions. We're pretty okay. We're very isolated in our little big island. Now, part of what we sometimes call the lucky country is because it is a really great standard of living in Australia. There is, like the rest of the world, poverty, homelessness, but our unemployment rates are great, our government's good, and we're highly educated, so the level of disposable income is really strong, which means we are able to be great customers for many businesses. We also really value the education sector. So whilst our government schooling system is amazing, most people attempt to send their kids through private schools. So whether that be a professional trade that they've got or just a university degree, a lot of people are really highly educated in Australia. And what that means is we breed a bunch of talented people. And so when countries or companies come from other countries, sometimes they're coming to get our talent. We're also really lucky because we have an abundance of natural resources. We sometimes have companies come in and use our raw materials in their process and then export out again, and that's their business model, right? So no matter whether you're coming in to stay and sell into Australia or export out, the natural resources are highly accessible. We're also a really close gateway to Asia, and we have a really good rep with Asia. So most things that come out of Australia sell themselves in Asia. I told Adam that, interestingly enough, he should really come to Australia and understand the human side. Because even coming and visiting, there is a difference between state to state, city to city, suburb to suburb. So unless he really knows where his customers are, he won't really be able to experience it or understand it or decide it unless it's physically there. So I'm going to introduce you to, well, I'm not going to introduce you, but we'll introduce you to Adam. So Adam will be introduced to Fiona shortly. We'll help him understand his expedition to explore Australia more. But before I leave you, I said to Adam, one of the most important things, Adam, that I want you to take out of this conversation is that, yes, I could talk more about, information that we find useful for Australia. But one of the most important things I need to tell you is that you need to be able to implement. So if you're trying to scale, your team already runs successful businesses in India, wherever else in the world that you operate. So you already have the skills you need to operate in Australia. It's not that universally different. However, if you are going into Australia, it is still something new that your team has never done before, which means there's a risk of failure. So if it doesn't work out in Australia, be mindful that it might not be because Australia was not the right country, but you just didn't implement it well. So gather the right team around you to make sure that you can implement any scaling initiative like moving to Australia, and that will be hopefully setting you up for really great success. And as I parted to him, I wanted to help him with that implementation pathway. So I gave him a strategic roadmap that helps him go through the motions of taking a very considered and intentional view of scaling in somewhere into Australia. This roadmap can apply for scaling anywhere, to be honest, but I've looked at it specifically for Australia for today. And I just want to say thank you. So my name again is Jenny Jankia. You can contact me at those details. I want to thank D Globalist and Forbes India for having me today, and I hope you've all had a really great day.
Thank you, Jenny. Please welcome our next speaker from this session, Fiona Wong from D Globalist Business Immigration Australia. Big round of applause for Fiona. We're going to get her back on stage.
Thank you. You've heard me before. This is a bit shorter than Jenny, so just going to change that. Thanks, everyone, for having me again. As everyone knows, I am an immigration lawyer of Gilton Vallejo. We're market leaders in corporate immigration. We've run a really great practice in Australia. But what I'm going to do today, I stand before you today not as an expert, not just as an expert as in business mobility into Australia, but as a storyteller. Here to share with you a real-life journey that illustrates the possibilities and the opportunities of expanding a business into Australia. I'm going to tell you a true story of one of my clients. It actually happened, but what I'm going to do is play around with it a little bit because I'm going to use Adam as the character because it's a reference that we just made as in Australia, and it's also for confidentiality purposes. So I had a client who had zero presence in Australia at the beginning of the pandemic. I remember receiving this call on Christmas Eve, and I was making my pork roast, my famous pork roast, and I received a call from them and said, "Oh, I really need to get to Australia for a conference at the beginning of the year." I was like, "Well, it's Christmas Eve, but yeah, let me give you a strategy." So what I did was, as I was preparing my roast pork, I gave them a strategy over the phone, something that we kind of understood what their business plans were, what they really wanted to do. I gave them a strategy to just come here and sort of test the waters, understand what Australia really looked like. Fast forward 18 months, they're now over 3,000 employees in Australia and now in the process of setting up a New Zealand branch. So this is a success story that I really want to share with everyone today because much like this particular client of mine and Adam, this entrepreneur is driven, a visionary, and he's determined. He was a driving force behind a successful tech startup based in, they had an office in the US and they also had one in India. At the moment, we're going to call it Tech Vision. It's an AI-driven technology that defines how we connect, how we communicate, and how we collaborate. So Adam, my client, saw the successes of this business, and he had over 1,000 employees across the US and India. It was really clear that his business was doing extremely well locally within those regions. Everybody wanted to use their cutting-edge technology. But have you ever had that moment of clarity where you go, how can I make my business reach its full potential? I think about that for my business every day. And so I know that he had wanted the exact same thing. So that's what made Adam set his path to expansion. It's funny because earlier in the day, I asked Devesh, what does D in D Globalist stand for? He told me it was discover, develop, diversify. It was exactly the way that this story goes, because that's the timeline that my client went through. So because he knew that the expansion needed to happen, more so because he needed to diversify beyond a single market. You couldn't just operate in the US, couldn't just operate in India. He needed to create new revenue streams and build global recognition. So during the next board meeting, he met with his 3 co-founders. I'm going to call them different names just so for reference. Bill, who's a developer. We've got Warren, who's the finance officer, and Elon, he's an investor. Each of these co-founders had unique skill sets, their own dreams and their own aspirations. They made the perfect team together. They discussed different types of expansion plans and strategies and built out the benefits and the risks of global business expansion to different regions. And like many of you, Adam and his co-founders were drawn to Australia's unique blend of business opportunities and quality of life. So the 3 founders decided to take a trip down under. This is the discovery. This is the part where they discover. So for that trip, they applied for business sponsorship, business visitor visas. This is a pretty easy process, as you know from everyone else. It's about 1 to 12 days in Australia, and it allowed them to explore the Australian market. They met up with potential partners and clients. They gained insights into the local business environment, and they went on multiple trips over the next 12 months. And they were able to do that for 3 months at a time. They sought restructuring advice. They sought tax advice. This was the perfect time for them to understand the market, the local market. And I remember Devesh mentioned in the beginning as well that a business needs to go and explore the local market. They didn't want to fail like HomeJoy did. So why did they choose Australia? During their visit, so this is the business sponsorship. So during their visit, they looked at Australia and they learned that we actually have the most dangerous animals on the planet. That anything that would kill you lives in Australia. But we actually also have the happiest animal in Australia too, the quokka. This is one of my visits earlier in the year. But the most important thing is they knew, and what they learned is that more than half of Australian businesses are innovative active. It is also home to the greatest inventions in history. From Google Maps to Wi-Fi to bionic ears. We also helped with sonography and also, obviously, Vegemite. Delicious, right? I don't know how many of you would be able to survive today without Google Maps and Wi-Fi, because that's how I wrote my speech on the plane, the Wi-Fi, and also when I just traveled to Vietnam. But as you can see, we're not just laid-back Aussies who lives halfway across the world. We're actually very inventive minds, and we're behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies and global innovations. So not do we only generate amazing ideas, but we also protect them through robust IP standards. We're actually ranked equal first in the world for IP commercialization. What an ideal destination to be in. It's a robust market-driven economy, high quality of life, and also a stable regulatory environment. All of this coupled with the availability of hard-working, skilled labour force. So, Adam, what did he do? You know that feeling where you have and you're like, I just need to be there, I just need to go to Australia? Well, that's what they felt. Also, I convinced them too. So they decided to set up a business plan, which I helped them with. And the next step was they created this roadmap, amazing roadmap, to guide them through the complexities of the new market and the new life, for each of the founders. And it was also their key to obtaining a license for an overseas registered business, which did not lawfully operate in Australia to employ staff. So with their detailed plan, they applied for a business sponsorship license, which enabled them to sponsor Adam. Adam as his chief executive, and he was able to come to Australia to work and establish the business operations in Australia. This was their way to test the market. So as TechVision started to thrive, they followed Jenny's suggestion and deliberately hired an Australian managing director, Hugh. He built a small team in Australia, and as the director, he also registered an Australian business subsidiary. So it was TechVision Pty Ltd. This is really important because this is the point in time where they knew that the market worked and they needed to grow. And so Hugh, being a permanent residency of Australia, he was a citizen of Australia actually, he was then able to set up in Australia and become a director of TechVision Pty Ltd. So they converted their overseas business sponsorship into an Australian one, and they were able to expand. They then hired a bunch of people, from Indian developers to English recruiters to American and European salespeople. And this success and the Australian registration gave them the opportunity to take the business to the next level. And as I said, they did all this in 18 months. The strategy was not the only thing I gave him on the call. We helped them throughout our engagement. We helped them with building out a mobility program, compliance via automation. We helped them with understanding the employee experience. We provided them with enterprise-level support for them to be tomorrow ready. I'm so proud of their growth. I'm actually even more proud of the fact that I was part of building that growth with them. This is not the only way to mobilize your business into Australia. Each business migration should be tailored to the business and each of the founders' circumstances, which kind of circles me back to our 3 co-founders that I mentioned in the beginning. So we've got Bill, Warren, and Elon. They each, given their circumstances, applied for a visa separately. Don't get me wrong, they probably could have followed Adam's path, but I've decided to add these characters in there just to give a few more different migration options. So Bill, he probably doesn't look his age, he's aged over the years. 45, he permanently wants to live in Australia. He's exceptional in his AI work, technology work, and so he was the perfect candidate for a global talent independent visa. Warren, again, aged a lot over the years, 36. He completed a master's in accounting, and so what he did was he applied for a points-based visa under the General Skilled Migration Program, but that wasn't so smooth sailing. The General Skilled Migration Program is extremely competitive, so there was a cap for each of the occupations in each state and territory. So he wasn't invited in the first few rounds, so it took about 12 months for him to approve. Elon, he's the investor, so he has a big net worth. So he decided to apply for what everybody talks about in Asia, the 188 visa, the business innovation visa. So he applied for it, waited for 24 months to be granted. Although it leads to permanent residency, he still had to wait for another 3 years ahead of him. But the wait times for these for the wait time for this processing for these visas was actually over 5 years, just to get hold of a temporary visa. The government also intended to allocate 5,000 visas, but the allocation has actually lowered from 5,000 to 1,900 for this financial year. And there's word that they might close the program. So instead, the government is now focused on skill shortages and attracting people with specialist skill sets that are difficult to develop in Australia. So Tech2Vision story stands as a testament to the promise that Australia holds for each entrepreneur who dares to venture. Its success is not a solitary chapter, but a testament to Australia's reputation. We as innovators and as entrepreneurs. So the question isn't whether your business can thrive in Australia, but it's about how can you make it reality. This is where our expertise comes in. We've got numerous entrepreneurs, similar to Adam, similar to the client that I've illustrated, along the path of successful expansion into Australia. And we're here to be your compass as we navigate this journey into Australia. So guys, let's seize this moment and explore the world of possibilities that Australia offers. Your journey starts here today in the land down under. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. For our next session, may I please invite here founders of the top 10 companies, Akhil Gupta, co-founder and CTO, No Broker. Can we please have Akhil Gupta on stage? Big round of applause for Akhil Gupta from No Broker.
Hi. Hi everybody, I am Akhil, one of the founders of No Broker. To give you the glimpse of what No Broker is, so we are a real estate platform, and the beauty about No Broker is that we work without brokers. So we are a technology first company which eliminates the broker from the real estate transaction. Typically this is the way real estate transaction happens across the globe is with the help of an intermediary, and that is what we have challenged in India. So as we speak, we are almost a 10-year-old company. We are the single largest player in India. We do more than 1 million transactions every month in real estate, which includes renting, buying and selling of the houses. And we leverage technology. And because of that, we don't have any operation-driven approach. We don't have any feet in straight, which makes our model extremely global. So to give the glimpse, we started our operations in UI a couple of years back. So we also have a software to manage the society's day-to-day operations, which is called No Broker Hood, which is about managing the gate. When somebody is coming in, you have the guests, you have the helps coming into the society, the finances of the society, and every communication which happens within the society. So that is the software which is available in UI, in Dubai, and Abu Dhabi now. And we also do the primary sales for NRIs who are outside India and who want to buy properties in India. So that's about No Broker. Extremely excited to be here, and thanks for recognizing as one of the top 10 companies by Forbes, DGEMS who have the potential to go global. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akhil. May I please invite on stage our next speaker, Rahul Garg, founder and CEO, Moglix. Big round of applause for Rahul Garg from Moglix.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm Rahul Garg, founder and CEO of Moglex. We are one of the largest B2B commerce company focused on manufacturing and infrastructure in India and now going global. I think the thought behind Moglex has been very simple. We are all used to buying e-commerce, various services, whether it is the product, now services, as well as food. I'm sure many of you order food online intuitively on a daily or monthly basis. Excited to be here and on a daily or monthly basis. Excited to be here and being recognized as top 10 startups going global. We are already present in multiple countries, but great to be recognized by Forbes DGEMS, a fantastic platform to continue to encourage startups from India which are going global, and great to hear about some of the insights from different country commerce partners on what are the necessary things that each of these countries can enable us to continue to expand globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for yet another very short break. We invite you for high tea, but do join us back in the same room for more brainstorming topics. See you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Forbes India presents the Globalist Entrepreneur Mobility Summit. Our last panel discussion of the day focuses on the business ecosystem in Australia and South Africa. To moderate this session, may I please invite back on stage Kelly Nottage, partner D Globalist. Thank you, Kelly, for joining us here. Also inviting our esteemed panelists back on stage, Jenny Junkier, partner D Globalist, Business Strategy and Scale Australia. Jenny, welcome back on stage. Our second panelist is Fiona Wong, partner D Globalist, Business Immigration Australia. And last but not the least, please welcome back on stage Owen Magocha, partner D Globalist, Business Mobility South Africa. Big round of applause for all the panelists, and over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I know we've been here for quite some time. We have an exciting panel. And I just want to say to you, Jenny, Fiona, Owen, job well done. Thank you very much. I found each of your sessions very insightful. I learned quite a bit about Australia and South Africa that I didn't know. But I will say this. I think each of you had a theme. Each of you presented a bit of a roadmap on how a founder or a startup might emigrate to your respective countries. And I'll phrase this question this way. What, in your experience, is the most common mistakes that a founder or a startup has made? And perhaps you can tell the founders and startups in this room how best to avoid them. Who would like to go first?
All right. I would say that as much as business instinct is really a wonderful thing, just jumping all in blind is dangerous to me. I feel like that's where most often mistakes are happened, because there's not much strategy behind a move. And there is, I believe, such thing where you can have strategy but be agile at the same time. You can actually act really responsibly, but put the thought in, and I think that's the most common mistake that I see.
I guess from a mobility perspective, kind of similar in theme, agility. And the reason why I talk about agility is because often people think, I gave an example of one pathway, one way to expand or migrate to Australia, but there are so many other ways and so many different possibilities and opportunities. What often people think is, okay, someone done it successfully one way, I'm going to follow that only path. So understanding that there is multiple options and it has to be tailored, and you need to speak to someone and understand the specifics of your business, what you're trying to achieve, how to build that business, if it's in Australia, in other regions, that's really important. There's no one way to go. You need to have tailored advice.
All right. Thank you, Kelly, and to the rest of the panelists. I believe the biggest mistake that usually happens with the businesses, it is, there's the do-it-yourself approach in terms of your business. I mean, I strongly believe in do-it-yourself. For other things, I can do it myself. We've got the generative AI that you've been hearing. So there are many things that we can do it ourselves. But when you're looking at a business, and this is a business that you want to, take it to $1 million company, you should be able to come to a point whereby if you want a certain direction and growth and projection in your business, then consult the people that are domain experts in those jurisdictions. I strongly understand that it is not mandatory for any business person to consult a professional in terms of how do you need to migrate. These processes, you can do them yourself. You understand? You can do them yourself. You're not breaking any legislation. But the biggest mistake is most people, they've done lots of costly mistakes. That, of course, I can give you an example from the perspective of South Africa. I've got some multinational companies that want to bring people into South Africa for short-term work. And most of them, they brought those people as tourists into the country on a 90 days. And then when these people are in the country, they're actually literally working. And what happens when the Department of Home Affairs finds out? There's serious consequences in terms of penalties. So sometimes it doesn't cost much to really take your time to research and get the people and the support team that knows and understands the domain you want to operate in.
So I'm going to piggyback on that, and I'm going to flip the question. If there's one thing that you want everybody in this room to walk away from, knowing about your jurisdiction, what would it be? We'll start with you, Owen.
Okay, in South Africa, one thing that I think you should take away and never forget is that South Africa, being a developed country that has so much infrastructure, is still underserviced in terms of opportunities. I think if you've been watching the news and you read the media, there are issues with energy. There are so much opportunities for renewable energy. The manufacturing sector, there are still many opportunities. Literally, there are so many things that people import from India, from South Africa and the rest of Africa, talking about your solar panels, talking about electronic gadgets. And also, there are many tech startups in India that are servicing big corporations in South Africa with their products, with their softwares, and with their knowledges. So I strongly believe that South Africa is that opportunity whereby if you have the product, if you have the knowledge, if you have the skill, you should do your research to see how far you can penetrate into the market. In terms of logistics and setup, that can always be done. What is important is your business needed in South Africa?
Happy to. I would say the one thing I would suggest is for you all to be customer obsessed. I know the first speaker said, know your product and have a product. It's great to have a product, but don't fall in love with your product. Make sure your customer falls in love with your product. And that's really important.
The reason why I wanted you to go first is there's so many that I don't even know where to start. But one of the things that I kind of touched on was business plan and strategy. I think that's really important to know what you actually want to do with the business. Things do change along the way, but planning, strategizing, and working with the right experts at the right time, and having to think about, take all of this, business strategy and, culture, the mobility side, the HR side, everything has to come. We all have to sit together, all the stakeholders have to sit together right at the very beginning, because that's where all the planning starts. And if you don't get it right, down the track, you're probably going to be stuck in a hard place.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. I think planning is essential to doing this right. And by the way, Fiona and Jenny, I think I'd met Adam before. Somewhere before I met Adam along the way. Are there any questions from the audience? I don't want to dominate the question and answer. I know many of you have already had an opportunity to speak with the panelists. Any questions? You mean we covered it so thoroughly, you have no questions whatsoever?
Just to add, maybe I can just add on just from the panelists with the deep relationship that India has with South Africa and the opportunities. Remember, South Africa and India fall under the BRICS. They're actually the founding partners of the BRICS that all other countries are now rushing to join in terms of the geopolitical space. I strongly believe that there are many opportunities that you can benefit from as a BRICS member state, trading and collaborating with South Africa. And apart from, South Africa is known as the country where, the largest city in the world where you can find Indian nationals heavily concentrated outside India is in South Africa, is in Durban, meaning that the Indian population, actually, they found opportunities to integrate into the economy and run successful businesses. It is not just the small-scale businesses like, the small traders like cell phone repairs, manufacturing supplies, and so forth, but actually the big corporate space in terms of the tech startups, they're definitely doing well in South Africa. So we are here to just say, look guys, you've got the vision, you've got the skill, you've got the technical know-how, but we are coming to give you the platform on how you can drive that vision and how you can implement it in South Africa. That's where we talk about immigration, that's where I talk about your business setup, so that you can be able to implement that vision. And just a last part on South Africa. I mean it, and I really need people to really know this and make it very public. South Africa is one of the countries where it has the lowest startup and operational costs. when you compare to the global economy. I'm operating currently in 3 countries, and of all the 3 countries and other countries that I actually have experience with, I can tell you that South Africa is actually a big opportunity for you to set up.
Okay, that actually, it leads me to another question. Any questions from the floor before I ask one final question? And it's this, it's more of a curiosity for me. In the Bahamas, we have certain industries that are protected industries, that there's limited immigration, and there's certain protections on somebody coming into the country and being able to engage in those businesses. Does that exist in Australia and in South Africa? Can maybe you speak to that? You know, what those industries are and maybe what those protections might be?
Yeah, so in South Africa, we've got what is called the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, which is the DTI. The DTI is responsible for evaluating the goodwill of a business in the South African economy and space. So there are some businesses that are, of course, prohibited from coming. I mean, it's all about protecting the local economy. Sure. Talk about you cannot come and run, what do you call it, exotic industry. You can't bring exotic industry as an investment in South Africa. You cannot get a business permit for that. And also even security, there are other aspects about the hair industry. The hair industry, yeah, there are also some restrictions with regards to that. But what I need to put across is that I would rather project the highly promoted industries in South Africa, which is your agro-processing, which is your automotive industry, which is your arts and crafts, which is your arts and craft, tourism, manufacturing. Those are actually high demand if you are operating in those industries. Even tourism, just tourism, setting up a tourism business, it is highly, the government will give you high priority as compared to other businesses.
In Australia, I guess there's not prohibited per se. Obviously, there are unlawful practices, but we're more industry focused. So we focus on industry groups that are more critical to the skill shortages in Australia or what they want to build. So in particular, over the past few years, I think I spoke about this quite a lot, is the technology and the innovation space. They really quite tech-focused, digi-focused at the moment because they want to make Australia that hub for technology. But also we have been focusing on healthcare, you know, and also critical care and construction are one of the biggest focus areas as well, just because we need to build our infrastructure for you know, people to come. Our population is increasing, and so if we don't have the infrastructure, then we wouldn't be able to support people. So we have more focus areas more so than, like, you know, prohibited.
And are there specific incentives on the immigration front for healthcare? Or, I mean, I'm not healthcare in particular, but I mean on those areas of focus.
I don't think there's really many business incentives in the form of enticing companies to come in. Yes. The government, if they do give incentives, it's more in the lines of, you know, trying to be more digital. So any company that's an Australian company or even a foreign company. Actually, would you agree that foreign companies don't get as much incentives as local companies?
I think there's one incentive that I can think of that maybe, Jenny, you'd be able to talk more about, is the research and development tax incentives, because we're really looking into, you know, building our industries in Australia. So innovation is, as I said, it's so important. So part of what the government is providing is R&D incentives. So maybe something that you know more about.
Yeah, definitely. So the R&D incentive is actually a really strong incentive. It's quite high. It's about 46.5%. And what it is, it's trying to promote I guess, internal R&D. So the way that it works is that if a company is willing to invest in something that's relatively novel or new, and all they have to prove is that they have not known the outcome of it. So the research and development is to find out something new that they could not know before, or someone with reasonable skills and expertise in either the globe or in Australia could also not know the answer before. So it has to be revealing something
fresh and new piece of study, hence the research and development. And so if you spend, for example, $1 million on something like that, you would get up to about 460,000 potentially back as cash refund. So even if a company hasn't paid tax, it's a cash rebate, a cash R&D. So a lot of company innovation. Yeah, it's quite substantial. So a lot of companies that are bootstrapped, but they're having to invest heavily in R&D and have no income from it, actually get 46% of it back in cash. So it's a really strong incentive.
Yeah, no, that's very good. That's very good. I'll open it up to the floor again. Any questions for the panel? Listen, you guys have been so super. There are absolutely no questions. No, that's fantastic. Well, thank you all. You've done an excellent job. I've really enjoyed learning about Australia and about South Africa. Thank you again. Very good job. Well done. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Kelly and the panelists. Our next session is all about learning from experience and gathering a variety of perspectives. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite on stage our first speaker, Mabel Charco, co-founder and COO Open, to come up on stage for the address. Big round of applause for Mabel. Can we get some more energy in the room, please? Let the applause be louder. Please welcome on stage Mabel.
Sorry, no PPTs from me. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm going to be talking through and hopefully giving you some insights on what we do at Open. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mabel Charco. I'm one of the founders of Open. First of all, a big thank you to the Forbes and the Globalist team for selecting us among the top 10 of the 200 companies with global business potential. It's a true honor to be here among you. So we started Open in May 2017, Anish, me, Deena, and Ajish, 4 of us with a vision to change the way businesses do banking and address some of the challenges that small businesses were going through in managing their banking and their way they do finance. It was also our endeavor to build a global fintech brand out of India. In 6.5 years, we've scaled this platform to reach over 40 lakh small businesses today. And for these small businesses, I would say it is our biggest achievement that we've been able to reduce at least 7 hours a week for the small business owner. Time that would have otherwise gone in just tracking, reconciling payment, raising invoices, trying to know which money came into which bank account, which invoice got paid, and trying to simplify all of that. We started with neobanking as a model in the Indian market and built all the tools that businesses use around the bank account of the business. And we also integrated with other ERP systems, other accounting platforms like Tally, etc. in the process so as to make everything more streamlined for the small business owners. Now, typically to run a neobank in India, I would need to partner with maybe 1, 2, or max 3 banks. But somewhere down our journey, a lot of banks started reaching out to us to say if we can white label our solution and give it to them. As it happens with entrepreneurs, we always resist first, and then you give in at some point, and then you figure a business model out of the whole thing. So that's what happened with us. We figured out that the more banks we give the white label to, we would land up having more connected accounts on the Open platform. And that was, at some point, a full flywheel effect that started out for us. So today we power the digital banking for 14 out of the top 18 banks in the Indian market, including State Bank of India. We were also lucky to be backed by some amazing global investors like Tiger Global, BNext, 314 Capital, Google, Temasek, Visa, to name a few. And some of these investments also became very strategic in our growth and global expansion plans, because both Google and Visa take us to global banks in Southeast Asia and Middle East markets, and where we are deploying our white label solutions or helping the banks in these markets launch their own digital banking solutions. Now, a lot of today's conversations has mostly been around going global and exploring other markets. I just wanted to leave you all with some few nuggets of information from my journey, that with the hope that it would be helpful to other entrepreneurs in the room. Now, it's not that you just wake up on one fine day and say that you want to build a global brand. In fact, it has to be part of your strategy from day one. Because when that happens, that is when you automatically build, when you're building your product, you automatically start seeing, how you can implement this without much iterations, with less customization, in a faster manner and across the globe, right? Secondly, no matter what you do, keep your customer at the center of what you build. It should not be, customer support as being one ancillary function in a company. Somewhere, listening to your customer should be part of your product experience and growth, something that defines your roadmap as to what you build and why you build it. Thirdly, make some noise. I'm a marketing person. Make some noise. The world should know you exist. Don't shy away thinking, what if I fail? They'll all make fun of me. You'll always have enough naysayers in your kitty, whether you're successful or not. So don't park marketing and everything for after fundraising when I have a lot of money. Trust me, it doesn't take money to do marketing. And finally, don't forget to celebrate. Not just the big wins like today for all of us, but also those small little wins, opening a new office, hiring a new team member. Even those small things, go ahead, celebrate that, because that is what makes it all worth it, the pain that we go through as leaders otherwise. Thank you all. Thank you for having me and being a patient audience. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mabel, for your wonderful insights. Moving on, up next, we have Ramneek Khurana, co-founder and head of tech and product Lenskart, as our next speaker. Ramneek joins us virtually.
I would like to thank Forbes India and Globalist for giving us this opportunity and presenting Lenskart's vision and plan ahead with this audience. So at Lenskart, our vision has always been to allow folks to do more and be more by enriching their lives by giving them a good vision correction. When we started on this problem almost 10 years plus now, what we realize is that more than 50% people in India and across the world need some sort of vision correction, and less than 1/4 of them have the right vision correction available for them. And this is a problem which is there because of, firstly, awareness, because not a lot of people realize that they need vision correction. The second problem comes because of access, because even if some people realize that they are getting distorted vision of some sort, they don't have good eye checkup facility near them to get their eyes checked up. And lastly, even if the right prescription is available, the problem becomes of affordability, of getting good quality product available at the right cost. So since it was a problem which required big scale to be solved, we looked towards technology to solve it. And over the last 10 years, what we have been able to do is firstly set up a complex supply chain, wherein what it does is it allows us to take a make to order product, because every eyeglass is essentially make to order. It is made as per the prescription of the customer, and ship it within the same time period it takes for an e-commerce company to ship a pair of shoes or a pair of t-shirts. So that is the first thing that we were able to enable using technology. Second thing that we did is we realized that there are a lot of geography that we need to cover up, and that's why we started online. And our application now allows a customer to quickly try out different glasses using augmented reality, or to take a selfie and find out quickly which glasses will not only fit them well, but will also look good on them. So these advancements of computer vision combined with machine learning has allowed us to make a very easy interface for anyone to use to select classes. And then lastly, we have been able to use technology to scale up to 1,500 plus eye-test centers in the country and 2,500 plus globally to allow us to easily check prescription for any customer walking in with a very high level of accuracy. With all of this set in now, our first goal is to scale up quickly, because even with our current setup, we are able to reach to less than 5% of where we need to cover all the people who are in need of classes. So we are learning more and more how to use machine learning to enable us with quick decision making, quick and accurate decision making across the value chain, be it from setting up the eye test centers to ensuring that they are properly manned, to ensuring that every single eye checkup that happens across the country has got the right quality. So that is the first thing that we are working on. Second thing that we are working on is on maturing the category itself. If you look at eyeglass and compare it to any other category, be it mobile phones or shoes, what you realize is that it is sort of a category which is frozen in time, because you don't get the same value as you see in other categories. So there we are doing a lot of work to enable a lot of use cases. As an example, if you want a pair of glasses which helps you in running better or going for a swim or for cycling, that is something that we have been working on and enabling. We have been working on glasses for kids which are much more rugged in nature. So that is another area that we are working on. So our whole idea is to evolve eyeglasses from where they are stuck in to leapfrog and get ahead in maturity curve. So with these two, these are the primary areas that they are working on. One, using machine learning to scale up the mission very, very quickly. And second, to take category and evolve it very quickly. With that, I would like to again thank Forbes India and Globalist for bringing us here, and for all the entrepreneurs present here to take out time and go through this message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramneek. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our last speaker for the day now, Abdullah Abu Sheikh, founder and CEO, Extrepreneurs, who will be joining us virtually.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Abu Sheikh. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Extrepreneurs, and I'm happy to share our story with you today. We started Extrepreneurs about 2 years ago with a very small team and a very clear purpose of building the region's first ultra platform. We noticed a big gap in the communication space, and we noticed that there was a lack of a platform that would combine all your communication needs with your financial needs at the same time. From there on, we went on to build Astra to become the region's biggest consumer platform. As of today, we have 150 million users around the globe, and we are a company that processes billions of dirhams worth of transactions on a yearly basis. Our journey was long, and I have a few pieces of advice for everybody here that's inspiring to build their own businesses as well. I think all entrepreneurs should share a common trait of patience and should always be extremely persistent with building your businesses and pursuing your ideas. Success does not come overnight, and it's just a combination of hours and hours and days and years of hard work put together for you to reach to your final destination. Thank you all for having me, and I want to especially thank Forbes India for this recognition, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you, Abdullah. On that powerful note, we come to the very end of Forbes India Presents the Globalist Entrepreneur Mobility Summit 2023. Remember, Forbes India and the Globalist are committed to recognizing businesses with exceptional global potential. And the select 200 companies with a global business potential is a testament to the vision, innovation, and ambition of these extraordinary ventures. I would like to thank all the speakers, dignitaries, industry experts, and business leaders who joined us today for such stimulating conversations. We hope you enjoyed every bit of the day. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. I would now request you all to join us for a musical cocktail. Thank you and have a great evening.